wants 200, baby.
You ready to get back to the trading action?
You aim, you shoot, and make money. It's going to be a great day. You guys know where you're at.
Good morning, traders, and welcome back. It's a euphoria party as, of course, AMD comes in and just absolutely kills it. What a ride it's been, guys, from AMD. It's up there now to 430, of course. You guys know I'm a big proponent of this stock. I've been talking about this stock having a long-term breakout since 114. Yes, you heard that right. It's now trading at 420. It's insane, and we were just looking at this stock at 200 looking for the lift. That stock itself, just from that 200 spot, what? 100% gainer, and that was just what? A little bit over a month ago, right? So crazy ride there in AMD on the earnings. We'll talk all about it in the Sunrise Report. We'll get to the action, but that, of course, sparked a frenzy all around, and there was already stocks ripping towards the moon. Right, even stocks like SMCI getting the nice little lift there. NVDA now starting to climb in the pre-market, and others like ARM was already lifting. It has a report tonight, but it's already up there. We'll see what happens. Of course, we also did some conversations out there in the world. We'll talk about that in the Sunrise Report. 729 holding the 6 out to 731 and continues going higher. It's crazy that we're talking about 730s potentially. I think this could ride up there, and like I mentioned, the market can continue going higher. I remember when this first gap up day was here, and I talked about it here that day. There was no some of the playbook action out there. What are some of the trades that you guys can look at? Let's keep up the euphoria and look for some plays today. All right, traders, let's take a look at SNDK as this stock is up there towards 144. It's been like a 40% rally. Yes, up 41.67% in just 3 days. Almost 50% rise there, about to just hit 50% from that 1,000 spot, right? So it's been an insane rally. It's on a memory breakout, and of course, up there towards 1,500. Today could be a little bit of a pullback day. I still have it as a long, but we need to just continue to watch to see what happens today to see if we get some type of pullback or not. We are very extended. These stocks are beyond extended away, but that doesn't mean that the party needs to stop right here out the gates. We'll see what happens there in Sandisk, and you could also play this with looking at WDC or looking at STX, right? These haven't gained nowhere near as much, so look for these to play a little bit of some catch up and start to push with this big rally. Let's go to another play as we continue going. Let's go over now to CENX as we talk a little bit of some aluminum, and you can see here the 9 EMA. I actually have it set there towards a 10. But it's the 9 essentially. Looking for this to kind of curl and start to get back around here and start to push CENX getting back there towards the 63s. This could start to lift. Of course, basic materials is an area that I'm going to be watching. Yesterday, I was watching Alcoa. We'll be watching to see if those names rip out the gates and starts to make a move. Let's go to another trade and talk some more trading action. There's still lots to talk about, of course. Let's go to a VRT, breaking the highs right now around the 354, already getting the jump this morning. We'll see what happens as this is already pushing strong here. And electronic component leadership. VRT has, of course, continued to run, adding another 5.44% to a close of 348.98. And you can see here already up there to 355 this morning. We'll see what happens. It's a premier data center power infrastructure play, and we're watching to see if it continues to push towards new high on the daily chart. Well, there it is, guys. You're pushing strong, right? So we'll see if this can continue pushing. Now, of course, has just pushed right off the 910 and just held. This is what you call a nice momentum rally. And this morning I saw Corning getting a huge lift off. So we'll see what happens with this stock. You know, it's crazy when the stock pulls up and where it was, you can't even see the price action. It's way above there as they got news this morning with NVIDIA. So a partnership with NVIDIA making this stock rocket. And I mean rocket from 166 area up there towards 195. It's insane, the euphoria that we're in right now. We are riding the bubble, but guess what? It doesn't matter because the truth is the earnings are meeting the valuation, the growth outlook, the appetite of the market. And that's exactly what we're seeing. So the theme today, welcome to the all-out euphoria rally. The S&P 500 and the NASDAQ both printed fresh intraday closing records, driven by the massive AMD earnings blowout and strong SMCI guidance raise. Geopolitical tail risk has faded, of course, as the Iran ceasefire holds, and the SPY has lifted cleanly away from the 9 EMA without a single test. The 9 EMA is now, of course, starting to hold and could be acting as support on any pullback. So at this point, we're looking great. And we've held the V bottom. It's been a V bottom recovery. So anybody that tells you V bottoms don't exist, you give them a quick little whoosh, whoosh, because the truth is that's exactly what we've seen. And the euphoria can continue. Now, the only question is, where do we get the pullback opportunities? Will it be today? Will it be tomorrow? Who knows? Find out, of course, during the price action right here. We'll be watching for it. And of course, this is affecting one of my trades that I have on right now. It's FLNC, and looking to see some power producers and independent power producers lift off today. GEV was another one that I was trading yesterday and got out at the very end just for a break even, but looking for this to rise. It's already getting the lift there towards 1127. We'll watch for some of these to kind of get the lift there as we're getting more and more support of the trade, more support of the AI trade. CEG, one of my high flyers that has been holding well, already approaching pre-market highs for a breakout off Monday's high. So you can look to see these names continue to push. And it's not only these names, right? I mean, there's so many names to run through. I'm going to keep going through some of these before we get to the sunrise. But you can see the lift that has been happening as of late in some of these, like, let's say, like Micron, right? I mean, insane rallies here, guys, up there to 680s. Yeah, 681s. This has been from 500 to 680s in just about 3 to 4 days, right? I mean, you're talking about an 180-point rally. Even, let's say, 10 points, that's $1,080, right? So think about it, guys. This is a telling sign also that you don't need to be massive, right? When's the last time that you traded 10 shares of something? Well, when you're trading 10 shares of something and it trades at 500, yes, you can get that type of lift. This is why I always talk about traders that kind of search for these smaller tickers, the leverage tickers. Sometimes it's important to you could have just gone after Micron, just keep, of course, the capital in your mindset like we talked about yesterday. Understanding your capital is very important. What are you risking on your capital? Is it 1%, 2%? Are you risking 7%? Just understand that mentality. Right? Because that's what's going to keep you in the game, right? This game's all about survival and waiting for moments like this when the markets are rocketing and you're able to ride the waves and ride the cash. Put that cash in your pocket and run, boys, because this is what it's all about, right? Whether you're in swing trader, whether you're a day trader or not, this is what you're looking for, right? You're trying to ride the euphoria times in the market. There'll be tons of swing traders and traders all the time that tell you they make their money in usually about like a 3-month span. Right? It's usually like 1 quarter that they're able to really kind of drive up their equity curve. And then from there, it's all about managing that expectation, right? That profits that you've already gained, right? So at this point, it seems like this is the moment where you're seeing traders being like, yeah, now I'm beating this SPY and doing really well. Well, you have to be doing well to beat the SPY because the SPY has been pushing now, right? Now we're really kind of pushing away from that January outlook. and starting to continue to climb. If we think about it year to date, I mean, the SPY is now starting to really get out of the bottom here. I'm not pulling it from the first, but let's see here. I don't know if I got the open, but we're talking about 6% for the year right now. So you need to be beating that. If you're not over 6% on your account, well, you need to be thinking about things because you have to beat the SPY, right? So this causes money managers to do what? To just start hitting that buy button, man. Start hitting that buy button. And I think that's exactly what they did on Monday, also using those pullbacks to give you an opportunity to jump back in after the hyperscalers confirmed the action to the upside. AMD also doing just that, right? All right, let's get to the sunrise report. We'll talk about all the action that's going on in the market. It's good to see you guys in the chat today. Michael, what's going on out there, man? How we doing? Let's ride the waves. Indeed, we're riding these waves. Let's continue riding the waves. Let's go to, of course, our sunrise report and take a look at the action. All right, traders, let's take a look at the action here. I'm going to bring in the slides for today. Let's talk about what's going on right now as we're getting, of course, the immaculate tech conception. Yes, as AMD's earnings come in here, let's talk a little bit about what's going on, the euphoria as we're taking off, right? The warnings, though, of course, the 10-year treasury yield glued to the 4.41, up 48 basis points. But the disconnect, right? The volatility remaining low, telling us more and more we're on this continued rally and looking to continue pushing. Let's talk about, of course, the bridge block, the 5.8 billion record data center revenue coming in now, guys. Of course, this is just telling us more and more that we're going into an age of what? We're going into an age of that CPU inference compute expansion. And that's what we're seeing. The compute expansion is needed here. So the server growth, right? The TAM growth of 18% for the CPU. And one of the things that I think is very important about AMD, I did a big breakdown on AMD last night. I'll talk about it during the show. I'll even bring you guys a little bit of some slides. But what I was thinking about in AMD is that AMD's perfect. And why? Because it has access to both, right? It doesn't just have access to GPUs. And it's not like NVIDIA, right? NVIDIA only makes GPUs, right? They don't make CPUs. That's the difference between an NVIDIA and an AMD. AMD gets able to make the Helios, right? The Helios platform actually combines the CPU and the GPUs and memory all in that stack, right? So they're able to control that stack. And I think that that's really the important thing of AMD and how they're able to kind of push. And as you get into the CPU inference area, and now we're going into the AI agent era, the inference, not just large language models, but kind of pushing past, right, just simple reasoning and actually pushing towards doing tasks. What are we going to need? We're going to need even more memory. This is the important thing to think about in the long run. So what does this tell me? Cloud growth. This tells me memory continuing higher. That's why SanDisk is going on yet another super cycle run, right? Another 50%. That's another super cycle run. That's exactly what we're seeing here, guys. And this is why it's important to stick with the sectors, industry, and dare I say news. I know that Michael Noss isn't here, but if you stick with the news, you could have been seeing this. The writing has been on the wall for a while now, and everyone that got like kind of bearish about these mega cap tech and these chip names, they were so wrong and did not understand where we are on the cycle, right? Like I've mentioned, we're in the new game. We're in a new ball game. The new ball game is called right here. It's the CPU inference compute expansion game. And you want to keep looking into that of how you can ride that rally. Where you can find out? Right here, of course. I'll tell you guys all about it, right? That's one thing I'm definitely good at. All right, let's keep going, guys. The silicon ecosystem, the relocation, of course, AMD up 18%. Now take a look at the outer ring here first. We're going to go for the outer ring, right? This is catching the rising tide. Well, there's names that are catching that rising tide, right? As we start to look, well, let's go closer in, right? As on the outer ring, you're going to see that, yes, you got some names that start to kind of hit, right? You got ARM that's kind of getting that nice little push. Of course, ARM is a monopoly. Let's just say this way. Anybody that's making the CPU is using the ARM architecture to complete this, right? So ARM is looking really great ahead of its earnings tonight. And I had this on a swing. So I'm a little frustrated because I maybe sold it a little too early. Just a tad bit, guys. I had this down at, let's say, 205s, and I'm telling you, I made a really great amount, but I sold it early again. This is why I want to be able to hold on to some of my winners and use some of my bot that I'm building to kind of hold on to it. But did I get the good trade? Hell yeah, as ARM is breaking towards the high and almost through the high. Now you think about this with like a Qualcomm endpoint processing upgrade. Devices need massive capacity to catch up to the cloud trade models. So what does Qualcomm need to do? It needs to create a new cycle of chips. So it's going to push very hard. That's why you're seeing Qualcomm get the lift. That's why you also saw OpenAI hit up Qualcomm and be like, let's make a phone together, right? So we need to jump on these opportunities and get to the next level. Right? Michael's saying he needs some breakfast. Go get some breakfast. Go get some syrups. You're going to need a little bit of some sugar today because it's going to be a fun ride, exciting morning indeed, guys. Let's keep going out there, guys. Of course, Intel rising 6% on the relief rally as we see the AI inference lift. One of the things that is going to be talked about is, do we need more and more CPUs? That's why you've seen this insane rally in Intel. And you guys heard me even yesterday telling Michael Nas he wanted to sell some Intel. And I said, no, just put the runner on it, man. Because AMD could be pushing this thing even higher today. And I hope he did, because it pushed another level. I mean, where's Intel trading at right now, this moment? I'm going to take just a peek here. It's up there towards, it got past 115, right? Yeah, we were trading yesterday around the 100 spot. We pushed to 115 there, and it's been an insane rally on that stock, of course, ahead of the earnings, and still has a little bit of a pocket before earnings on May 21st. Micron, of course, rising the arithmetic wake, 35% TAM growth guarantees prolonged memory supply squeeze. And that's really the key here, is that this is what's telling us that there's another cycle of memory needed in this push, right? And what are you seeing more? The CapEx expand, right? If the CapEx is expanding, they're going to continue pushing the gas pedal. This tells me more and more we need to be looking for AI infrastructure trade to continue. And dare I say, some of these are very extended. But if you want to keep making money, this is where the money's going, right? That's the important thing. All right. And of course, we got some more war conversation that hit the market today. We can talk a little bit about it. The Hormuz head fakes. So you got to be quickly moving right with oil. Got to move left, got to move right, got to be moving. And that's exactly the way the markets are moving. The White House pushed that they would forcefully reopen the strait. Then WTI crude crashes. It bleeds 3.85 down to 98.33. The Fed breathing room prevents localized inflation spike. And of course, tech multiple expansion. As long as we are not getting destroyed by oil and the war conversation, the AI infrastructure bid accelerates without triggering a bond market revolt. Now we got to just continue watching to see what happens in the strait. There's back and forth action. Even Trump this morning on Truth Social pretty much telling us that the deal is, they don't even know if the deal's going to work or not. He's just not even confident about it. But this is how the market's been. It just doesn't care about that one, and it's more focused on the earnings. But you guys would know this, and you guys know this already because you guys have been hanging out here, right? Trade the pool. We talked about immediately as we were heading into earnings that we could start to turn the page, start ignoring the headlines in the war and start focusing more on the earnings. This is how we were going into April, and we talked about how April was an 80% chance of being up. It was one of the best months of the year, and I hope you had one of the best months of your year. And why? Because you were just hanging out here at Trade the Pool, of course. All right, Disney also coming in and beating their expectation. Disney at 157. The expectations here were at 145. So nice little push there in Disney. Projected adjusted EPS growth here for the year under CEO Josh, right? The new CEO. So looking good here as Disney starts to push. The insights, of course, the high income consumers still aggressively spending on experiences, fully insulating the services sector from the manufacturing slowdown, rewarding the stabilization of park demand and streaming margins. So, hey, not looking too bad there in Disney. Now the liquidity loop, we need to be keeping a watch to see what happens out there. The geopolitics is the only thing that's kind of been fractured here. Everything else kind of taking a look. We'll see what happens with, of course, the Fed mandate and things that will be coming out of the Fed moving forward. As of course, we'll be looking to see what happens out there, the low volatility out there, the trade momentum in silicon, but respects the fragileness of the oil trade, right? If we get back above 100, be careful. If we're below 100, it seems to be the level where things seem to be holding right now. All right, that's going to do it for our sunrise report. Of course, you guys can get more of this action where just get over there to, of course, our action right here on our Discord. That's where we guys kind of give you guys this information and you guys can keep up with all the action. FLNC pulling back a little bit here before the bell. Going to see what happens with this one. Of course, I have this one a pretty good amount here, looking to see if this can kind of rise out the gates there. This is my top trade right now to kind of keep an eye open for, to see if we can get a nice little pop above towards the 1320s, 1340s. We'll see what happens there. But of course, AMD is the stock to watch today, and we're getting some pullbacks. Let's go to some of these tech names, see how they're performing. I think one to watch today is just TSM, right? So TSM did not get the lift off that it should have got, I feel like, off of this, right? Because this confirms more and more that TSM is the most important stock in the AI infrastructure mentality overall. Why? Because at the end of the day, if TSM goes down or something breaks at TSM, guess what? They all break. So I think at this point, we got to look for a TSM rally. We haven't really had a TSM rally, right? I mean, TSM has been kind of going sideways, has been getting the lift, has doubled, but it's been a very kind of boring, sideways, kind of slow ride up, right? Well, at this point, I'm thinking we're due for a nice little breakout. We'll see what happens here. It's hanging out at the 400 spot. Got up there to the 405. Will we see this breakout to, let's say, 410 today? It's kind of the mentality right now. This is not a bad little trade setup, especially below 400 here. I really like this. I just normally don't fill too much in pre-market, but you can see we're right off of that 9-10 EMA, right around, let's say, and let me pull it up on my other chart here, just to make sure I have it at the right spot there. Yeah, we have already undercut it at the 394.41, and it's at 395.46. And this one I have at 392. Yeah, 392. And I have it at 395. Mine's a little different. Mine's a little more, my top one's a little bit more dynamic, and it can actually pull some intraday action. It's pulling where the closing price is right now. But TSM is one name that I'm looking to see get the lift off, right? It's so vital to the semiconductor bottleneck, right? If there's anything that breaks at TSM, oh, they would come crying, because then Apple has trouble. Then NVDA has trouble. Then AMD has trouble, right? So just keep that in mind, and we'll look to see if we see some appreciation in TSMC. All right, let's bring on our bull. What's going on, Michael Knauss? Let's come in charge.
It is a good time to be a bull. This market is amazing.
Is there any bear out there? Is there anybody out there?
I see a lot of angry people still. They're still short the S&P 500.
Where are they? What do they see? Are they blind?
A bubble is when assets go up you don't own, and a crash is when assets go down that you do own. Right? That's kind of the way I describe them now. Is it's like, if you're mad at this market, you just don't own stocks. That's unfortunate for you. You should try to correct that for the next bull market is all I can say. But
you're probably doing it wrong, right? I mean, at the end of the day, like we always talk about it at the end, and this market did it, right? It did that nice big push. And I always hate it on the books. So I could talk about it, that there's no such thing as like a V bottom, right? In technical analysis, often it's been said. The truth is, I see V bottoms all the time. More and more. And what is that? That's the push away trade, right? Where the stocks just push away. And the stocks have been pushing and pushing and pushing here. And if you didn't just jump up and at least take some position, well, then you're just left in the foresight, looking at this and being one of those people that are hating the rally, right? Well, you need to partake in the rally if you want to make money.
Yeah, another one of my favorite sayings, this is a very old one from Wall Street, is just that tops are a process and bottoms are an event, right? You have, and that just goes to talk about how you get these kind of meandering, slow tops as like fear sets in, and tops are generally not V tops unless a COVID, unless a pandemic or war or something. But yeah, there's always an event that causes the bottom in markets. And generally speaking, it's a big volume turn. You can go back to 2000, 2008, 2020, and all of the crazy bear markets out there, and they just flipped on high volume. So that's another one that I love. I just feel like an old man kind of quoting things I heard in my day. But yeah, tops are a process, bottoms are an event, and a lot for what we've been talking about. This is a lockout rally. They are dramatically underinvested. On Monday, I showed you the COT data. I do that every Monday, so make sure you're coming in, tuning in, because I wish I could do it more frequently. But we only get COT data once a week because it's government driven. So that's a pretty fast time frame for government employees. But yeah, we only get that once a week. So we'll take a look at that. Hard to even kind of talk about markets when they're doing this. It's because targets become complicated because you've never seen these prices before. So there is no price memory. There is nothing that we can look at and say, yeah, this is where we should take a look to take profits or anything like that. It's kind of the point. You don't want to take profits when things are ripping. You want to find some sort of kind of trailing stop or trailing exit here. And the only real level I'm seeing on any kind of pullback would be these prior all-time highs in the SPY. But one thing that's important to note is how different the SPY versus the IWM has been. We have the IWM doubling the performance of the SPY. We pointed out its relative strength yesterday, where it was at all-time highs. This is yesterday's candle, and the SPY hadn't made it. So it showed that these smaller names have really been taking off. And that's a sign of that's a sign of looking at something like industrials, right? That's the sign of looking at interest rate sensitive names. Biotechs have been huge. That's going to be a big part of that kind of small cap area. The last 3 or 4 days, these things have ripped. So, I'm getting this question all the time from people is, okay, I'm long. When is this going to end? Talking to someone who was long like MU. It's like, when is it going to end? And my answer is, I don't know. No one knows. If anyone tells you they know, run away from that person. They're a liar. They know nothing. So the only way to get out is some type of trailing stop. And I don't mean a traditional, you put it in your broker and every time the price ticks up, it ticks up. We talked about this a little bit yesterday, but I'm talking moving averages are a decent way to do it. I've seen like super trend indicators. There's ATR trailing stops. There's a million ways to do it. And the important thing to note is that every way is going to be essentially incorrect, right? This is Mitch's 9 EMA. You could just say, give me the first close below that and I'm out. Things like that make sense, but they're going to be imperfect. If you are trading the trend, by definition, you will not get the bottom and you will not get the top. That's not by definition with trend trading. Right.
It's not the goal, right? It's not the goal.
You're not looking for that.
You're trying to get the meat. What I always talk about, the meat, right? You're not going to get the
That's,
whole thing. I don't think anybody ever gets the whole thing, right?
well, everyone on FinTwit will tell you they got
Yeah.
they bought the bottom and they sold the top.
Yeah,
But no, so you're understanding and you're saying if you're putting in like a 10% trailing stop, you're just saying that at some point it's going to be 10% higher and it's going to come out and it's going to stop you out. And in kind of parabolic runners, I think it's the only way to do it. Like we can go back and look at silver again, which is huge, up huge. We'll talk about again. But if you had just sold out because silver was up too much at 50, at 60, at 100 or whatever, eventually probably this candle right here was the one that got you at 90. And hopefully you just sold it off the open and away you went. If you're trading the futures, you could have gotten, but yeah, you just need to go and say, I am going to miss the bulk of whatever is going to happen. I'm going to miss that on the way down. But it's the only way to kind of objectively do it. And I always just say, taking profits is an exercise of being least wrong. That's your goal. You're going to be wrong when you take profits. You're either going to sell and the thing's going to keep ripping, right? Or it's going to come back a lot by the time you sell. Unless you think you're magic and you can predict the top, you're always going to be wrong on your exit. The question is, what kind of wrong are you okay with? It's like more of a regret minimization thing, I think, than it is actual market timing thing. So by regret minimization, I just mean, will you be upset if you sell the thing and it continues to rip? If that's going to make you more mad than giving back all your profits, then maybe hold on. But you can't, just like no one would ever expect to nail the bottom. And if anyone's telling you they're always nailing the bottom, run from that person, they're lying. No one's going to be able to nail the top. So you just have to say, okay, what's a system that I can put in place that's going to make me feel the best about exiting my trades? And for me, it's just always been either time stop. I like those where you give the trade a certain amount of time and then you get out when that time is done. Or you just say, okay, a trailing stop, right? Hey, I'm going to give me a moving average or a MACD crossover, whatever you end up doing. In the long story, it doesn't really matter. But just something that makes sense to you that you can follow and you just kind of let the fates decide. You let the market take you out is the way people word it. And I like that. You're not deciding, okay, Micron's up too much, I have to sell. You're saying, I'm going to let the market take me out. I'm going to wait for Micron to dump, 10, 20%, and then I'll get out. And it means I'll miss 10, 20% of whatever my realized profit on screen showed at the time. But yeah, I'll be okay. And that's what I think you do with some of these things. Otherwise, you just you let it go. Right? This market has not looked back yet. At some point, I think the most obvious thing anyone can say is at some point we need to pull back a bit. But is that 10% higher from now and then we pull back? Is it 20% higher and then we pull back? I don't know. So just ride the trend as long as it exists. Looking at, we don't really have too much that we care about left today. We didn't have anything really. We got a bunch of Fed guys talking, but I don't think any of these people really matter. I haven't heard of this one guy who comes up when the market opens. Muslim? First time I ever heard his name, so he's probably not important. Then we have the old Goolsby later in the day. The only thing that I think could matter is we actually have Japanese monetary policy, and
Japanese.
I'm going to make a note. I'll make a note about why that's important. Maybe that'll be my education section tomorrow. I know tax is going to start jumping up and down, but the Japanese market matters more to the American market than any other country in the world, just because of the carry trade. Again, I'll make one of those little videos tomorrow that Mitch makes, and I'll send that over for my education segment. That could be interesting sometimes if Japan does something wild. It could be that big of a deal, but it definitely matters more than people think. But even that, I don't think will do anything. So pretty light on the news front today. So that means unless Trump talks today and tomorrow, there's no economic numbers that could scare us. We got some stuff on Friday, but it just means that the market's probably left to its own devices, which hopefully those devices are up and continue to be up. So I'm going to make a note right now for the yen carry.
Yeah, we'll see what
I don't think
happens.
it's
See
I don't think it's
if
as
it actually
important, but
affects.
it is.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just going to be all about. Let's just be honest. Today's going to be just all about how the semis perform and oil. Oil is getting
Well,
crushed, and oil is going to change the outlook all around the world, right? I think that's going to help the XLI trade. That's actually helping the gold trade and the silver trade being talked about also in the chat. So, what do you think about gold and silver coming back? Gold looks pretty strong. I think if there's one name that I think has held and gone sideways here, gold is hanging in. It could be right back up,
yeah, and
right?
I'll
I
take a
mean,
look at that. I do think we need to also point out, right? So none of ARM is kind of interesting. I know some people are quantum
ARM has
computing nerds, but
earnings.
none of these names are huge. But this
Well,
number
ARM
right
is as
here,
big.
I
I mean,
think
ARM is going
is
to be massive, right? I mean,
well, it'd be as big as AMD as earnings, right? It's not one of the Mag 7, but it's obviously important. But I think the main thing is that these numbers, right? So if I click this button, it will expose 28 more large companies that report earnings. And then tomorrow is 34% or 34 times more. So it's like we talked about yesterday. It's not like there's one single company like NVDA that is going to move the market, but there's 30 of them. So there's a lot of data, like so much data coming out from the company level today and tomorrow. Definitely make sure you're tuning into the earnings stream. You're doing the prediction markets, all that kind of fun stuff, because not huge companies, but tons and tons and tons of company. Oh, and Snapchat still exists. How are they doing? But
yeah, and
yeah,
of
do
course,
your gold and you got it up there? Your
yeah, of course, we
predictions?
can take a look into, of course, take a little bit of a prediction
App.
yourself, right? Take a look into app as we can talk a little bit about that. And you see app here at today's challenge. We'll see what happens. Target price is set for 5 p.m. today. AppLovin tonight, and we also get ARM. So my three that I think are important tonight are ARM, App, and IONQ. That will give you a really good look into the market. Those three, I think, will determine how the market moves today. So keep your eyes on those three as being the top names to watch. ARM, because it works with every single
Mm.
CPU maker. There's not a way to cut out ARM. It's a monopoly stock. There is no way to cut out ARM. So it's going to give you a lot of insights on demand, supply, that type of mentality. So it's going to be massively important. And it's already on a huge breakout. Institutions love this name. They're loaded in at 100 and absolutely loving this thing at now 200 and above, right? And this
Well,
is
and
why you
this
like
is something
monthly
you
chart
hear
too.
from guys like I watched this interview with Stanley Druckenmiller, who is
Hmm.
one of the greatest of all times, and the reason he always crosses my feed is because he's a well-known technician as well. But one thing that he was talking about in this thing that I was listening to was just how he doesn't even pay attention to top line numbers, kind of as we call it, like these the FOMC minutes and the jobs reports and blah blah. He doesn't care about that. Where he gets his macro data, which to me makes way more sense, is on a company specific level, like kind of Mitch was talking about there. If you want to know the consumer's good or bad, who cares about a consumer sentiment number that some government employee took, whatever? Listen to the people that own the companies that the consumer is spending money in, right? Listen to
Exactly.
your Walmarts and your Targets and your Visas and all of this. Are they
Yeah.
are they buying cars? Then the car market's fine. Are they right? So most people are kind of trained to look at the economics from the top down. A lot of really wise investors and traders and things like that just do it opposite. They look from the bottom up.
Yeah.
So, if ARM is, and TSM, like you mentioned, are that crucial, what they say is going to affect the rest of the semiconductor industry. Because as opposed to looking at what some random
Yeah.
analyst from Goldman Sachs thinks about the semiconductor industry, the guy who builds it, right?
Yeah. Yeah. And there's this mentality, right? Always understanding that things like work together, right? There's kind of bottlenecks, there's the kind of the stack and how things work, right? How is it actually made, right? And things like that. Those are the types of things that I always try to focus on, because you can find the underlining trade, right? The trade that hasn't really moved, but is now starting to move, right? And so, like before you hopped on, Michael, I was talking about it. We're really just entering into the compute inference age, right? And this compute inference age needs what? More memory, and not so much GPU, but more CPU. Because that's what people have gotten twisted in this whole AI thing. And the reason why AMD took so long to rock it off, because everyone was thinking that, oh, you just needed GPUs. That's what you need for AI. You just need GPUs. That's what we need. That's what we need. Nope, that's not what we need, guys. That's not the only thing we need, right? And I think this is very important. I'll show you guys just a little quick snippet on why, right? Because AMD is able to do things like this. And so we can go to my screen really quickly just for a slide outlook here. And this is the end of the discrete GPU, right? Enter the AI factory. This is AMD's Helios platform, right? And if you look into here, of course, it uses its GPUs, but it's paired with a specific AI trained CPU. So the combination of the GPU with the CPU is why I think AMD has an actual competitive advantage against NVIDIA. Dare I say it, right? So I think this is something to think about.
What's interesting there is that reminds me of Bitcoin. So like I worked in cryptocurrency. I worked in a crypto mine for the longest time.
Coming together, Michael. So explain about that.
It was the same thing. Well, just everybody, if you mine Bitcoin or Ethereum, traditionally, you mined it through GPUs. You bought these big giant computers, plug them in, blah blah. Those were eventually made obsolete with ASICs. So they were custom built computers or systems that only mined Bitcoin. And so if you walk into a Bitcoin miner now, there's not like NVIDIA GPUs kind of stacked on top of each other into traditional computers the way it was. There is specific purpose built, right? And the reason for that is you
little
can
computers almost.
Yeah, and all they do is they're meant to solve this problem. And it's like with most things,
it's not gonna go on Google Chrome. It's gonna do this specific task, right?
and you can get way more power out of that when it's purposely built. And I just look at it as, okay, you've got a for example, you can have one of those multi-tools that does everything well, and that's your traditional GPU. It can mine some Bitcoin if you want. It can do some whatever. But if you have a very specific tool for a very specific job, it's going to be way, way better at that job. So when you brought this up, it just reminded me totally of when we switched right from the GPU mining to that. Now, Ethereum is proof of stake now, which is completely different. But obviously, you can never get to proof of stake in AI. We'll always need this stuff. But yeah, just having that, it just makes sense, right? We just jump from let's get a good tool for it. Let's do the thing that needs to happen.
Yeah, and so what ends up happening here is that you want to now buy. Why would you go and why would you buy, like, let's say, the CPU or the GPU? What do you want is this whole little stack, this whole little multi-million-dollar little rack, and you just want to sell these racks, right? So like the full solution. That's what AMD has built out. That's why they did this massive incentive deal with Meta. And we can break it down a little bit later today. I'll break it down for you guys to understand a little bit further about how important that Meta deal was. But take a look here as the last insight here into this slide. Look at the memory fortress, 31 terabytes of memory. You heard that, Michael? Damn. 31 terabytes, man. I mean, incredible. And delivering it at insane speeds that we've never heard of, right? So that's the real key. That's a differentiating factor. And just one more to like wrap up, the smaller node, right? 2 nanometers versus 3 nanometers. When you bring down the nanometers in the size of the chip, you create power efficiency, right? So in this case, NVIDIA has a smaller chip, more memory into their rack, a better interconnected protocol and potentially a better strategy of using kind of the CPU with the GPU. NVIDIA is advantage is the GPU. Yes, they're a little bit better, but in the long run, does AMD come in here and start stealing NVIDIA's lunch? I think maybe so. That's going to be it, at least for the highlight there. We'll go to what's driving the market today. Let's take a look.
Well, yeah, and that's
All right, guys.
Yes.
Of course, what's driving the market today? We'll just be watching to see the AMD conversation, right? The oil conversation. That's the biggest things that will be driving the market as we get into. The AMD print isn't just a stock move. It's a macro liquidity vacuum just completely ripping as growth stocks take over, right? Another thing to watch is WTI's 100 level. Can we get back above it, or will we stay below the 100? Below 100, things are looking a lot better, right? So we'll see what happens with the Strait of Hormuz. Disney earnings proving that the high-income consumer is still spending on experiences. And so that tells us more and more this consumer slowdown that was thought about that could potentially come isn't happening. And even though oil is as expensive as it is, right? I mean, I pumped gas the other day and it was let's say 1.5 times more expensive on a full tank, right? So it's definitely playing an effect, but not so much of making traders run away. TSM, since we've been talking about it, already up $2.40 since we've been looking at it right there on the 9 EMA around the 400. We'll look to see if that one starts to rip. Why am I looking at this one? This one didn't get that momentum push on the AMD print, yet it's so vital to the industry, so vital to all semiconductors in the end. And it's one thing to think about in the long run, right? This is the reason why I think, Michael, my man Trump plays nice with China, because he knows at any point they could go over there and take over TSM if they really wanted to, right? We know how China works, but that's why they play nice, man, because they know that they could ruin everything in just like a couple of days. Let's just put it that way. So I think we continue to look for more of playing nice with China. Remember, we still have a meeting that's coming soon, right? Xi and Trump need to meet. So keep your eyes out on that, guys. That could be the next driver of this rally.
Yeah, and I'm just looking here. There is some breaking-ish news, and it's basically just Iran again saying, I don't know what the U.S. is talking about. We have not yet reviewed the proposal. We haven't signed the proposal. We haven't done anything. And you look at oil that came out kind of right here, right? And it's just ripping higher. So I'm on Walter Bloomberg here, and he's saying, yeah, we don't know what's going on. We haven't reviewed it, and saying some of the parts of the plan are unacceptable. So it looks like we have a deal and oil kind of tanks, and now we don't have a deal and oil's back up. And then you're seeing that kind of across the board here where the SPY is starting to pull back, IWM is starting to pull back. So again, more of the will they, won't they, over and over again.
Hey guys, I got a trade for you guys to think about. I got to look at the tickers and think about it, but I just went to go look at Trump's page on Truth Social. And I see top DOJ officials predict Supreme Court would declare AR-15 rifles legal everywhere in America. Watch for that to create some spike there in those names. Look at TSM right out the gates here. Strong, and just made a new high there. So TSM starting the gates there and pushing strong. We'll see how that one continues to push here. Getting a little pullback in my name, so I'll be paying attention to that, and we'll see what happens out in the markets. Man, of course, this name would just drop right out the gates here. I was up a decent amount on FLNC, getting a quick little undercut there.
Yeah, I have IWM up here. I'll bring up the SPY, but the last 15 or so minutes off the open here, things have been 15, 20 minutes before the open, things have just been pulling back off that news that now they're saying, won't they, right? It's a will they, won't they, over and over again. And it seems like it's a won't they for now. So yeah, we just need to keep an eye on this because, like we talked about, there's no real economic stuff. We've got the earnings that makes sense, but you know, the rest of it's kind of in flux where they're fighting back and forth on whether or not there's a deal or not.
One name I like that's already getting the lift off the just undercut and rally, Biogen, BIBB. 187.67 is 90 MA. I would love to get some pullback towards that level if I can get it. Any pullbacks back down towards the 188s, 187s could be a nice look there. Biogen getting a nice little push. Of course, that's a major drug manufacturer. Could be helping the drug manufacturers going higher. Johnson & Johnson going higher there. Of course, Eli Lilly hasn't been doing bad in the last couple of days. So just watching that area.
Yeah, so SPY ain't starting to reverse higher a little bit. I don't know. Is that a,
right back up
is that a
for
little
me on
scare
FLNC.
off the open move?
Getting a nice little
here.
Jacobs solution opportunity. I'm going to take a shot here on this Jacobs. Could go up 10 points. Let's go 5 share. Trying to grab some.
All right, so SPY bouncing just a bit. Nothing coming through the orders just yet. Let's go in here to check, making sure. Boom. What's a boom? I just got an alert for ticker boom. What a good ticker that guy is. Boom. Yeah, how they get these things. So far, we're recovering here. That's looking nice. It's kind of worried a little bit of a drop off the open, but we look to be recovering pretty nicely there. We had, of course, Oscar earnings. That's the only ones that I care about this morning, and it did phenomenally here. So I'll take it.
Oscar.
Oh,
What's
yeah.
Oscar. Silver,
10% up move.
Lifting right out the gates, guys. Just to mention those names, pushing. So is copper. Copper getting a nice little lift there. Watching some aluminum. See if it can get green here. Do I go adding an FLNC? I don't want to get too risky, but I'm just looking for the push now. Let's go undercut and rally. Let's rally. Let's rally into the 13s. Let's go. All right, looking around out there, trying to find some trades to make today right out the gates here. Industrials pushing strong. Of course, airlines are going to be a nice little push because of the oil trade. We were talking about airlines yesterday. I talked to you guys about that trade. Even with ULCC, remember it was at like 420s yesterday. It's already up there to almost $5. So just a kind of a different play to think about. Here we are breaking a little bit of a high there on FLNC. Now I'm seeing a bigger order around 1294s. We'll see if we can get into the 13s for FLNC and maybe make a nice big gainer on the day. And if I do make this big gainer, I will probably calm down and just take a second here, right? I don't want to overexpose right out the gates today. I want to kind of focus in, stay with the trends. Stay with the trends, guys. Basic materials pushing strong out the gates here today. Metals and minerals starting to really lift off. Now we're getting that nice little push in LEU and those types of names, right? So now you can really start to look at that as other names to look into. USAR pulling back a little bit there. So watching some metals and minerals to see what's holding up here.
USAR.
Some gold names in the metals and minerals lifting, of course, like a USAS, Gold and Silver Corporation, $6 name. Just to mention like a cheaper name for those traders that like those names.
Yeah, silver is strong off the open. I was really going to look to see what happens between, because you can get these overnight moves and those are fine. But the this idea of what happens when the open comes, what happens when the volume comes, and in this case, it doesn't really matter too much. So they like it. They liked it before, and they still like it now. So all good in the silver front, all good in the gold front, and oil is really what I'm going to watch. If this because this is where, again, the news that we don't know what these guys are talking about came out. Things just started to rally, and if we can break and push lower, which we're seeing that correlation kick back in, right, where we have the SPY up. If I take these charts and just quickly flip between them, you can see that these are just opposite charts, right? If oil moves lower, SPY moves higher, and vice versa. And again, so far off the open, we have that big pop in the SPY. I do want to keep an eye on AMD, because like we mentioned, that was kind of the big, ooh, that was nice. So huge rip right off the jump there in AMD. Again, I'm always interested in this opening price because that's where the liquidity can trade. Large funds are not trading in the pre-market and the post-market very much because they need the liquidity. So when the liquidity turns on, what happens? And with AMD, that first move was definitely higher.
All right, pushing right now. I'm seeing basic materials lead, real estate defensive behind that, healthcare. So definitely got some industrial trade pushing strong. Some tools and accessory names doing well there. Metal fabrication, rentals and leasing names. Car back up.
Oh, sure,
See
why
what
not?
happens there. Yeah, why not? EMR, of
Car.
course, AI name recovering the 90 MA today, and wow, nice lift off there. EMR, Emerson Electric. ITW, another name I'm keeping on my radar. It's starting to rebound here. We'll see if it starts to make a nice continued lift.
We got some car, we got some GME, we got eBay. Why not? Just meme stock 3.0, 5.0. Why not?
I
Just
mean,
keep
we're
going with
riding
that.
euphoria. Why not
We
go
got-
for meme stocks, right? I mean, this is the time. This
Got it.
is why it's important to know what type of environment you're in. If you don't know the environment, you're just, that's when you get run over. Like if you're just playing value names right now, you're just not paying attention. Like, you know what I mean? Like, this is why I focus so much about rotation. You don't go play value when everyone's playing growth. You wait for rotation and you jump quick, because if you would have jumped quickly into growth, you'd be absolutely killing it right now.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I see what you're looking at there with
that
Baba
leaves everything
Tech.
open. Baba's a great trade to look
China. Well, and China might be an interesting one to start chatting a little bit more about because they're having their meeting soon, so that could be, beneficial to
I
China.
just kind of mentioned it, right? There's a reason why I mentioned it, man.
When do you know when?
It's
know
been
what day
pushed
that
back a
is?
couple of times. It's been pushed back a couple of times, but you can use the
so
weekly on
we'll see what
FXI, right? I would use that weekly 90 MA on FXI right now around the 3682. So maybe you're using the 36 level as your risk on FXI. Just that mentality. Look at the FXI. That looks like a perfect flag pattern back above 39s, and you're really starting to push.
And I always like doing, so that looks a lot like Baba too. So, because it's going to be one of the bigger ones. I like using, if I'm going to trade China, I like using like an FXI and stuff, because even with your larger cap names like Baba, remember when like the CEO of Baba just went missing for a while? So he just disappeared, like this multi-billionaire CEO of the largest company, and he just vanished. So it's like no company is really safe there. So you just have to be very careful when it comes to that and just say, okay, I'm gonna just pick something, and I'm just gonna put my head down and say, okay, an ETF might be good. You've got, what is it, yin and yang, I think, for if you really want to kind of step on the gas. WYNN is 3 times China. If you think's gonna something happen, that might be something big. It might be a way to do it. I just like to, same with kind of biotechs. There's a lot more individual risk in China than there is in the US when it comes to individual stocks. Just like biotechs, there's a lot more risk in biotechs than there is in other individual names. So you just have to make sure that you're putting your money appropriately, I think is the best way to put it, where you don't want to, necessarily don't want to buy a Chinese individual name, because if the biggest one, the CEO, can just go missing, there's a lot of crazy stuff that can happen. And then it's same with biotechs, right? So I always just look at natural gas. I always say if you're trading natural gas, you're trading biotechs. So just again, risk reward is going to decide whether or not you want to trade small cap, a mid cap, a large cap, or an ETF. Right? If you're going to trade biotechs, it makes a lot more sense to do like a Lilly than it does, some sort of crazy low float, whatever. Oil is starting to reverse lower here. Like the first 5-minute candles in, and then we've continued just a bit there on oil. And with that, the SPY is just doing the absolute inverse of that. Those two charts look exactly the same, candle for candle. So we need that oil to kind of continue. And I'm going to be glued here to my boy Walter Bloomberg, because it seems like that's what matters right now. That's what the market cares about, is these tweets.
Nah, it's just because of the AMD move, man. Come on, man. You're here looking at the news. What happened to Michael?
Well, it's just oil. Like, look at this chart. Look at the SPY on a 5-minute chart, and look at oil on a 5-minute chart, and tell me they're just not exactly inverse of each other right now, right?
I just love that you're looking at news, bro.
Well, I'm just looking at correlations, right? Oil right now is super correlated to the market, and we know that
it is,
what we care about with oil is and it wasn't for the last couple days. So, this is happening just a bit. I see your question there in your account, unable to trade, and it's a new account. I would just go and email support there and make sure you're trying to take your first trade on something big and liquid like the SPY. Right, try to buy 1 or 2 shares in the SPY, and if that's still not working for you, then it's not like an earnings play that's blocking you, or anything else that's blocking you. And if it's still giving you a problem, you're just gonna have to go and chat with support. Usually, if it says it's blocked by a rule, it means it's a buying power issue, or you're trading an instrument that you can't, that type of thing. So I would just try to do one share on the SPY in and out, and if that doesn't work for you, then it's definitely like an account level issue that they'll get sorted for you there. We got great support people.
One thing that we talked about, and we talked about this in our little chat about the financial data getting hit today. Why is it getting hit, Michael? Why is financial data getting hit today? Why is the ICE going down? Why is the FactSet FDS going down today?
What is the S&P 500 like company? What's that ticker?
I want to short FactSet today so bad.
I got you, Standard
man.
and Poor's.
SPGI.
There you go, that one.
Come on, man.
Yeah, there was.
I got you.
What Mitch is talking about is that Perplexity came out with an update to their being able to deal with financial data, and 1 hour later, Claude came out with the same kind of thing. So it's just more of this, that everybody is kind of copying everyone else, and everyone's pushing down the same road, which makes these things a little bit less useful. Moody's and all of these are going to be problems.
Disruption of financial data, and disruption of the financial services. Because there's been so many people that have been milking data in financials. And the truth is, Claude, these open AIs, these inference, this is public information. This is not anything that's proprietary. So with that being said, as long as I can get access to the public money and live data, well, from that point, they have no advantage anymore. Mm-hmm. This is where I think people don't realize. The advantage is being lost in the financial services.
I talked to I think it wasn't the CEOs, but one of the owners of IQ Feed, which is a real-time data set. It's something I use for my back testing and trading. And I talked to him about AI, and I'm like, are you worried? He's like, no, we're super excited, because we are the ones that pull and clean and ingest the data. And that is going to be the only thing that matters, right?
Yeah, but that was a BS answer. I call that such BS, man.
Where else you get the data from than the NASDAQ and the NYSE, right?
Dude, that's just for the time being. They
You think
only had that
you're
advantage
gonna get
because of money. They only had that advantage because of money in the past, and they had this where you couldn't go
IQ
to
feed's
anywhere
not a
else.
big.
Like, so
But
everyone, like, the thing is,
if
there's no advantage there anymore. You can do it yourself at some point. Yes. Is it going to cost something? Yes.
you can interpret the data, but the NYSE and the NASDAQ, that's where the stocks are
Yeah.
listed. So that's where the data is going to be, right? So that's what he was saying.
Yeah,
As
the
a primary
exchange.
data provider, that's who's going to make the money. Is that right? Instead of building your own, and it goes back to the build versus buy debate, in which the you're better to pay IQ feed $100 a month to get all of the data in and clean from all the different exchanges in the world, and then build your own front end. And this is why they've recently, he said, this is why we're working really hard to clean up and open up our API. Because before we had a closed API because it was only giant software companies that wanted to ingest our data and use it. He's like, now we're seeing everybody just kind of come in and do it because everyone can do it. He's like, so we're selling way more copies. We're just not selling them business to business anymore. We're selling them business to customer because anyone can just wake up and say, I just want to take the data from the exchange. I want to put it into my own Claude Perplexity system that I've built, and I don't need a front end anymore. It's, the companies like, well, I won't name them, but the ones that ingest data and then turn it into visuals for you, those ones are screwed. So anyone who's going to exist is going to have to be a primary data provider and not an S&P Global, which is they take the data from the exchanges and they transform it and they send it out to clients. Well, it's that's screwed.
Those jobs are going to be lost. And that's the only big scary thing in the long run. Jobs will be lost because of AI. I can guarantee it, right? Like, let's say FactSet, that was one of the most advanced, like, everyone uses this in the institutional game, right? You see even Ryan Dietrich still pulling from FactSet, right? Well, is this going to go away? These research companies too. Those are the first ones to get hit, right? I think you're right in that the stock exchange has more resiliency, but I think that at the end of the day, there's some of these that are going to get disrupted. There's going to be some type of disruption here. So all these, let's say, financial advisors, strategy guys, we're going to see a lot of them lose their jobs. And this is a scary thing in the financial space. I'll just say
they're going to be different. Like, there's the meme of most financial advisors just get buy index funds anyway.
All right,
but I don't necessarily think
starting to turn, guys. I'll bring in a trade idea here, guys. Jacob Solutions is a engineering and construction company for AI names. I'm buying the dip today after a big push of lately in engineering and construction. We'll see how this turns out. Starting to turn off the bottom there. I'm risking below the low. We'll look to see if this starts to make a move there. Jacob Solution, that's J as a ticker, just literally J.
Yeah, Virtue. Stock mode Virtue's falling apart here as well. I'm just going
those
through
types of names. It's interesting. The conversation's really cool. And it just shows us what's coming down the line, right? What else is being talked about in the chat? How are you guys doing out there?
I've got 6 trades here on the go. Some mean reversion, some trend continuation, right? The ORB setup, IFF, AMD from the trend continuation and DVA, and then a handful FRPT from mean reversion and STRL from mean reversion. So getting a pretty good balance between the two and sitting about flat on the day.
All right, now we're getting that pullback, guys. I'm seeing everything kind of break even in the last 5 minutes and some pullbacks coming in. So now you start to look for those opportunities to see where you can be looking at and some pullbacks. Lynn, specialty
Morgan
chemical,
Stanley
doing well. Gold still doing well today, guys. AU is one of my favorite names to trade, gold, and it's just pulled back. It's now starting to push above the 98s. It doesn't look bad at all, guys. I might take a shot on gold.
Ooh, that's a nice looking chart on whatever HELE is. I just see I got a trigger from
Helen. That's Helen of Troy. I think it's a cyber name. Let me
look here.
I haven't heard of
great
it in a
looking
while.
chart.
Helen of Troy, right?
Nice little base, right? It's
Helen of Troy.
Your 9 EMA.
Yeah, publicly nated. It's a consumer brand. It does houseware, home goods, and beauty products. Helen of Troy. So
Oh, there you
consumer
go.
stock.
Then just watching
Probably
Morgan
runs with
Stanley
Estee
here.
Slaughter. Estee Slaughter.
Nice breakout there in Morgan Stanley. Nice continuation.
Yeah.
Tight little base. Good break.
Financials overall, JPM looks great. XLF looks great because you're getting more of the shoring up of the trade. Like no one could say that this rally's fake now, right? Because of the way that the tech is trading, right? And what did you see people start mentioning yesterday? Well, this rally has more legs now. You know what I mean? So that's the key. And so you shore up the concern trade, which was the XLF, which was the applications, the IGV, right? I'd actually look to see if IGV can make a bounce today, later in the day, and start to push.
Well, it's funny you saying that. I'm going to grab a chart here. The Duality Research put out this thing where the market's like the cheapest it's been in ages. Yeah, here it is. Just to go off that, right? Yeah, now that earnings have come up. So this is the forward PE and the forward PE versus price. So we are cheap relative to where we were in 2025 and relative where we're back. So the people saying, right, things are overextended. Again, I'm not that's the most I can understand when it comes to price earnings ratios and stuff. Not something I do a lot of, but it just shows that the people who are studying the fundamentals, if you look at forward price expectancy, then they're saying, yeah, this is actually a really cheap market relative to what's going on, is because price is going up, but the amount of money that these companies are making and are expected to make is going up even more, right? It's doing great. So it's looking here, seeing if there's any sectors on the go. Bitcoin has actually been doing. Let's grab Bitcoin. I haven't talked about that yet, but we do IBIT.
Yeah, that Cypher chart yesterday. Remember, I was mentioning in the 19s. It's trading almost 23s today.
Yeah, Bitcoin's and it's a slow grind, but it's getting back there. It's getting back to like the most recent dump that it had in this area. So yeah, crypto could be recovering. That could be a sign of risk on, risk off kind of appetite.
You know, it's been a stock that has actually gone right back into that push that we talked about before it went into the rally. Was IREN. Last 3 days, 22%. That's one name that we talked about.
IREN, yeah, that's
remember we were talking about it just last week.
IREN. I know this is a cult favorite. Like this is a meme. People love this name.
Yeah, it was it's timing aspect. Timing aspects, right? It's that's what I think it is mainly.
Well, I think just people loved this run from 16 to like $70. Ever since then, people are big into the name. Is an IREN in Canada? I don't know. It's a perplexity question.
SCCO recovery copper. Copper. Dr. Copper. 60-50 recovery there for FCX. Looks like kind of interesting off the 59.38 undercut. There.
Yeah, WGMI is a good one, right? If you want to do the ETF, your WGMI is your Bitcoin miners, so it has a bit of everyone. I guess the meme is WGMI stands for we're all going to make it, and it's a big like Bitcoin thing, but you could not be more wrong. IREN Limited is headquartered in Sydney, Australia. So but has additional locations in Vancouver, British Columbia, right? So there you go. So they're all over the place.
All right. Pola's starting to show a little bit of some strength, bouncing off the bottom there. Aluminum name that I'm watching to see if it turns. All right, looking around out there, let's see what's kind of holding in on this rally here. Basic material is still leading the market from the gates. It was just a quick push. Now we're seeing cyclicals hold up. That's your kind of consumer trade holding in well there. Packaging container stocks, recreational, construction, auto truck dealerships, right? Like a Carvana. Remember I told you like Carvana is pushing, trying to get back to all-time highs? Oh, it looks like a
Mm-hmm.
cup and handle right now, just breaking the 90 EMA, 390s today. And of course, with more confirmation today with the way that the consumer is, that's not a bad trade within itself. It's a little bit too far for me, but on the day trade, it doesn't look bad at all, right? It just, now it's a little too far for me to chase the 90 EMA. The 90 EMA is down there towards 390, right? If I get an opportunity, I wouldn't mind it, but this is nice recovery after their earnings. Earnings are already through, came in on Wednesday, and this just leaves the door for bull flag recovery, cup and handle pattern, right back to the highs to 450, right? Beautiful.
It's a nice
This
looking
is a
chart. What's
Mark
the
Minervini C trade. I think he calls these the CU pattern or whatever. So this is a classic pattern. Like this is
let me see. I'm just looking at the short float just to see, because I know this is something that people have been betting against. It's still 10%. It's not crazy. It was wild before on the way up. I know that's one of the reasons it did what it did, is it was like 40% shorted at the lows. But still 10%, it's not nothing. Right? 1 out of 10 shares are wrong at this point as it kind of drifts back towards all-time highs.
Here's a penny name for you guys showing up on my scanner. Mankind, MNKD, biotech at $4.
Tax asking about my healthcare. Not amazing. We're getting, Oscar is obviously doing great. It's up, 3 or 4% after earnings, but healthcare as a sector is still lagging a bit, and that's going to be the big guys, right? The Lillies are doing well, but, some Johnson & Johnson, but the overall sector, Johnson & Johnson's at low. The overall sector is just kind of meandering about, and this is, to me, it's actually shows that there's still something in the tank, right? Where we could have a rotation into healthcare, and because it's such a large part of the index, we could get some good news and a push there on that healthcare space, right? It just needs to kind of participate with everything else that's going on, and that would be great. Same with financials, right? Healthcare and financials are a big part of the market, and they've been lagging just a little bit. So if they ever catch up, that's an excuse for a whole other leg of potential trades that could take place, to push things even higher. If, right, obviously, they continue to participate, because there's nothing saying they have to.
High for me on Fluence, kind of holding in there, but just waiting to see what happens with this hourly. It's doing one of those expanded ranges candles, so I'm just looking for what breaks first. Trying to find some trades there. I'm seeing financial services, an area to kind of look into, so just watching out there. Oh, the Pineapple Finance.
The what?
You don't know about Pineapple Financial, bro?
What are they? What's
Like,
their thing?
it sounds like the bank for like the cruise liners. Let's just say that much.
Oh, well, sure. Why not?
It sounds like the swinger bank. Pineapple Financial here, PAPL, man. You don't know that dollar stock?
That's the BAPL.
Pineapple, dude. Come on.
There we go. That's the most American thing I've ever seen, because straight up here we've got like 5 giant banks. Because we saw what happened in 2008 down there. They're like, no, let's not let
ripping,
anybody open up a bank.
Ripping.
Well, if this is also a bank, and we are seeing great
FAS maybe?
strengths in bank day, just buy your pineapple, man. If maybe the sector is going to drag it up.
Oh,
no, FAS is a good one.
Working well. FAS, a little leverage here off the 136 low. Doesn't look too bad. I'd have to get 137 so I can get a little bit closer here. But I wouldn't mind it. If I could get 137 here on the pullback, I don't mind it. Let's see if I can get it.
Yes, right. My Morgan Stanley continues, so I'll take that. It's a swing
right,
trade from
we'll look for a little
bit ago
pullback
that I
fill there on FAS.
took options on. So Netanyahu seeks clarity on Iran talks. Yeah, don't we all? Don't we all seek clarity
dude.
on Iran
There's no
talks?
such
Sure.
thing as clarity.
Yeah, that's good for you, bud. So just the market as a whole continues to grind a little bit higher here. Just looking at the SPY, IWM has kind of give this back. This is the high in the pre-market, and the IWM has just been giving it back all day. So we need to dig in there for your kind of average stock. And RSP as well has just been giving it back since the open. So tech has been really doing well. Mag 7, like look at the Mags chart. Every 5-minute candle has been up here on the Mag 7. So this is kind of, I guess, NVIDIA moving. Yeah, NVIDIA just ripping. So it's kind of participating, saying, well, if AMD is doing great, maybe NVIDIA will do well as well. So the average stock, not doing amazingly today. However, the big cap guys, semiconductors, those have been doing great, and being such a big part of the overall index, that's going to move the market. Ooh, I didn't want to do that. I want to do this. SMH. Wow, so SMH actually moving lower a little bit with NVIDIA moving higher. Did not expect that. AMD pulling back just a bit.
Just some effects going on there. You got some names on the pullback. Try to reload, right? Micron, AVGO. Those affecting things on the downside. SNDK down.
Man, I wonder if AMD.
Look at that.
Right, so AMD this
pullback.
ANAT. Yeah, AMD is interesting. Huge surge off the open after great earnings, and then has been pulling back, getting close. Like if it digs in before today's low, maybe, right? And if that's too expensive for you, remember there's AMDL, which is your 2 times leverage. It's only a $46 stock. It's interesting. I like these kind of plays where, and if it holds that low, you know right where you're wrong, and that's at what, $45. It's at 47 right now. It's pulled back pretty deeply into the range. So taking a shot there is not the craziest thing I've ever seen. Oh, SMCI did a thing too. Someone was asking. It actually did great off earnings until they get audited based off not trusting the earnings. But it's filled that gap down that it's had on the most recent news that it's a scam. So now it just needs to get to what, the first gap of it being a scam, which is up at $65, and it's off to the races.
This one's an interesting one. So I'm reading into Aristanet being down. That's ANET, right? It's a big component for cloud computing equipment. And the reason they're down is they're having supply issues. Supply issues in the memory. So they're not being able to meet the demand. The demand is there, right? So Arista's plan to pay for more supply to keep customers happy will push gross margins down, and that's why the stock is reacting the way it is. But in the long run, that could be something to look into, right? I'm seeing Deere make a little bit of a lift here today as an XLI trade that I like here. Ooh, even the XLI itself looks pretty, man. What do you think about the XLI today? That looks pretty. Pretty, man.
Oh, that does look nice. Close to a breakout. Is that all-time highs right above us? Yeah.
Oh, man. XLI looks awesome, man.
The rotation's got to kick in at some point, right?
Why isn't there leverage XLI, dude? Why you give me all this crappy leverage stuff, dude, but you don't give me a leverage XLI trade, right? Where's my leverage XLI, man?
Well, it's, I don't want a leveraged crazy thing anyway, right? I want, to leverage non-crazy things.
What about Nail? You can do that.
Give me.
I think the XLI is going to do well. Nail should do well.
Home builders?
Right. Yeah, home builders do well when the XLI does well. Just as a regular.
Yeah, give me a leveraged John Deere. That's,
give me a leverage.
That would be great.
I'm
Give
watching
me a
John Deere right now,
leverage
man. That
Caterpillar.
600. What do you think about that 600 look right there for Deere? I mean, the problem with Deere is that it doesn't move as fast as, like, let's say a cat does, right? Even getting to the top will be like a 10% move. Cat does 10% move in like 3 or 4 days. So
Mhm.
you know what I mean? That's the hard part. Like, you got to know like the kind of the beta that you're going after, right? Deere is very slow.
Well, and what we need is for this rotation to happen. And it's going to happen someday soon. And it's going to be furious, in which people are going to sell their massive winners in the semiconductor space. It's just ripping uncontrollably. And then they're going to buy the John Deeres. They're going to buy, what were we talking about? Healthcare, finance, that type of thing. These things will happen, but probably they won't happen as long as semiconductors continue to rip every single day. Because if I'm sitting in, if I'm a fund manager and I've got all my money in semiconductors and they're going up 5% every day, well, then why am I going to buy healthcare? I'm just going to sit in my but at some point, the semiconductor story breaks or reaches some sort of equilibrium where they say, okay, now these things are fairly valued. People take profits in those, and they'll cycle back down. So it could make sense to position early, right? To say, okay, instead of trying to guess or to chase when that happens, if you can figure out where the puck's going, that could be a good place to put your money. But holy smokes, look at the IWM. Huge rip
IWM.
higher, and then just
That's the. But this could be
gamer
a dip
back.
to be bought, right? The key here is the outlook of the Fed. It's needed still. We need to hear that the Fed is not so concerned about oil. Then you'll see IWM move.
Yeah, well, and
That's
I'm,
not going to move
it's
until that moment. That's not going to move until
still
that
up
moment.
4%. And I always try to look at that through the eyes of the guy who just checks his investments once a day. You'd come in today and you say, oh, right, small caps are up 0.5%, and my SP 500, that's up 1%. You don't know that this thing was, I think IWM was up like 2% in the pre-market, and it's kind of given me back. But Coinbase says 24/7 gold and silver futures coming soon. Cool.
MP
There's been
Materials pushing. That looks great.
CFDs for gold and silvers for ages.
I'd have to risk off the 69, but MP Materials looks pretty good there. It tells me that LAC will probably look good there. UEC coming back there today, man. I've tried to play this so many times. Do I just keep getting after it? It's hard, right? The URA would be my way to do it, but I'm seeing those names push today. Of course, LEU, it does have the earnings, right? That came in. Am I confirming that, or is that tonight? Let me just confirm LEU. Okay. Earnings, yeah, already came through. Centrus Energy looking for LAU ripoff. Let's see what happens with this stock. This is the one that had the earnings today. So I'm going to be watching to see if this area gets hot, this uranium area. Right now, you're seeing LEU up from the open, SMR up from the open, UEC, NNE. So I don't mind going after some of these smaller names, the speculative ones like NNE, SMR, and then maybe playing some other ones. I like that SMR undercut on 12 and then rallying. So it looks really nice on SMR. So I might just go URA since it's a little bit easier to reach right now, or LEU on the pullback. But they all look good. So
Yeah,
I like that
and
trade right there.
that NNE does look really, really good too.
Yeah, they all look good. And when they all look good, it's hard. What do? Do you just expand the money and buy them all a little bit piece, or do you go for the uranium ETF here? But we had this nice dip in pre-market that doesn't look like it's going to get attacked here. So I'm going to take a shot here.
Yeah, NLR is a little too liquid for day trading reasons, I think. But I do love the chart just because it has both. It's got the crazy ones, it's got the
I might
non-crazy
go
ones.
LEU. LEU is going to have that drive today coming out of the earnings. So I do like this. The only thing is the low is 198. So you got to be careful with what you're risking in this trade.
Yeah, just NLR again, it's a really good, like I own just talk my book. I own a bunch, but it's a really good look for a way to trade this. But it's just not for volatile. It's not for day trading, right? It's not for volatile trading.
Trying to get a 206 entry here. See 207s, 206 on this. I'll look to see where I can see the kind of the layers. I want to see a quick pullback get filled on that pullback. Then I can get after this trade.
Yeah, uranium, it's all kind of part of the same story, and it makes sense. If semiconductors are ripping, that's people saying, okay, we're really, geez, Mag 7 going to make another new high here. People are really excited about just the kind of concept of AI as general, right? It's AI risk on play.
Pushing.
And right, if it's an AI risk on play, they got to power it, right? It's all the same
Tesla
story
pushing.
kind of put back into each other.
TSLL looking good here, guys. Hasn't partaken in the rally. And remember what I've mentioned. Tesla is now what? A semi company. It's no longer what you think it was. I'm going to take a shot here already, getting a little bit of a piece here, and then I'm going to look for an ad back down underneath 13. So that I just got a little ad there of TSLL, want a little piece of this, and I think Tesla can have a huge run as it starts to be being talked about as more of a semiconductor maker, as a chip maker in the long run. Watch, I think that narrative is going to get completely flipped. So we'll see what happens out there, guys. Have fun.
Well, IWM's trying to put in a little bit of a bottom here. A little 5-minute bottoming tail hammer, slightly increased volume on that. Let's see if that holds, because we've been bleeding in the IWM the whole time. That's the first kind of positive looking candle. Let's see what happens if that low ends up getting taken or not. So
I got my dip buy there in FAS. Left the limit out there, got filled. Now looking for the push right back above. We'll risk off the 135.49. FAS, baby. Let's have some fun. Jacob Solution starting to push off that bottom. Look at that dip buy. Let's go. Not bad. Not bad dip buy there in Jacob Solution. We're already back up to 125. I'm in towards the 122.50. So if I could get this back up there, this was yesterday kind of breaking out. So I'm looking for this to just be like a wicked reversal. What you looking at there?
Just XLV just turning positive on the day. I'm looking at like the
healthcare,
the
looks
more
good,
boring
man.
sectors.
It's the broadening out of the rally, right? So you're not doing bad in doing that, right?
I'm heavy. Well, yeah, I'm not chasing semiconductors up here. I'll just say I am 100% okay
right?
that I've missed the boat. I just have to find, it's the whole, you skate where the puck is going. So you try to figure out what sector, when they take profits in semiconductors, which at some point you have to, right? Again, these hedge funds, you got to remember, these funds have mandates. If they look down and SanDisk is like 30% of their fund, they have to, by law, sell some and move that to other places. Even if they don't think it's bad, they just have to be balanced. You're not going to pay a fund to hold one holding. So what you do is you say, okay, what are they going to do with that money when they make all these profits? That's rotation. So I'm just looking at it and saying, I own some healthcare. Do I want to own more healthcare? Maybe. I'm looking at this chart and saying, I've got a clear level. We've got that little undercut candle right here. If we break that, that's okay. So do I want to own healthcare? Do I want to put a bunch of money into just this ETF there? Or do I want to go kind of name hunting a little bit more? And I'm thinking just plowing a bunch of money just into XLV and then just leaning against that low. So I'm in at 145. My stop's at 142. So I'm risking $3 a share. If we get back to all-time highs, that's like 150. So I'm risking $2-3 to make 15. That's amazing. It's, you can't beat a trade like that. You're not going to get mad about a trade like that if that ends up happening. You know, you make your 5-hour trade. It's just not like, I just like more juice. That's the thing I'm looking at here. XLV is just boring, but I should maybe be okay with that. I think healthcare is probably, from what I know about your guys' politics, again, I'm the Canadian, I don't care. It seems like healthcare might be waiting till a little more clarity on the midterms.
TSL.
Because it seems like you got one party that's way more pro giving healthcare to people, and one party that's not. So that might be something that's kind of holding off until then. But
well, hey guys, don't say I don't ever give you guys trades. Don't say that ever. You're not allowed. Look at TSM.
Something's
Look
happening
at
here in
trade.
oil.
I'll have to go take a look.
That up.
I'll try to find the answer. But look at that TSM chart. We talked about it this morning. Could break over the 400, go to the 410s. It went to 415s right out the gates, 417s. So nice lift off there in a lot of names there. Let's see continued push there in the market. Let's go to the SPY here. SPY still holding well. USO trickling down off of that news. Rejection off the 135. So that's going to help, of course, some of the XLI trades and trades like that. DR still looking good there. We'll see if it starts to actually make the move. Taking some shots out there. Jacob Solution. Got 4 trades on, 4 in the green. Let's go. FAS starting to push now.
Yeah, I'm not seeing. Oh, wait, here we go. Jesus. Get ready for reading. United Arab Emirates representatives, the will of the international community is clear, and Tehran's non-compliance is also evident. The impact of the threats from the Islamic Republic is not limited to the UAE, but encompasses the entire region, the global, as well as global security and stability. The Security Council must adopt a stance towards Iran. So it's the rest of the people are joining, I guess, the US versus Iran. That's what I'm reading there, which I guess the market takes as maybe the straight opens, because you can see this just big drop when that news came out. A lot of volume on that as well. And if you look at the SPY, the same big volume push happened kind of right at the same time.
Looking to see if Tesla can just have a nice little takeoff moment right here.
So
TSM, though, really looking good on the pullback also. I would look to see if I can get 405 today on the pullback for TSM. That wouldn't be a bad area to kind of look into. FAS starting to lift there, guys. Let's see if financials can go higher. Those are the trades that I'm in. XLF starting to come back above 5210s is what I want to see. So it doesn't look too bad. I would love to see FAS just break the 138, start going back towards 139 and 140s. Let's see if we can get up there. I've been holding on that FLNC all morning long. We'll see what happens with that one. See if it can finally break 13s and really kind of rock and roll. I've been trying to be patient. I've had a high of 1309 and trying to see this lift above that 13s. And you can see here on the 30-minute how it's just holding in there. Has made it up there 3 times. You know my rule. If it doesn't break this 4th time, I got to sell. Because if not, it's going to come back to support, wash me out, and you're going to be upset. But I give it the chance, right? That's the way the setup is, the rule of 3. And then on the 4th try, you want to see clear breakouts. If you don't see clear breakouts, a lot of times if you hit resistance, it's just like hitting the roof, right? You hit your head 1, 2, 3, 4 times, yeah, you might just come back down to the ground.
Oh, I just looked down at my swing portfolio with this Morgan Stanley I got, and I saw that tick up a bit. So
love the look of FAS. I can go break even now on FAS and just let it work. My whole goal today is also to let some trades work and also take cash along the way. So like, let's say like for Jacob Solution, already up $50. Now I'm getting that 13 break on FLNC. So now I can start to look to maybe start to cash, right? Put cash in my pocket, especially if you're seeing big rips. Let's see what happens. So you guys see it, 4 positions on in the swing, trying to keep pushing. Let's see what happens now to see if we can get that push. TSLL being the one trade that's kind of not just taking off, but I'm okay with it. Why? Because it's just sitting at my break-even spot. I brought it at the high there, made a new high, pulled back slightly. If it comes back to 13s, I'm okay with adding. What I'd like to see if this just drive to 14 and then just show me that Tesla is going for a breakout, right? And if you look at it on the daily, Tesla has a 9 EMA recovery look, and you guys know how I love my 9 EMA recovery looks. The daily has a beautiful look if it gets to 410 today. And yes, 410 available, I feel like. And then, after 410 comes the lovely 420. We'll see what happens. There's the break of 1305s there on FLNC. Now we're talking. Let's go. Come on. I'm trying to make it rain today, baby. Let's get it up there. Get up there. Let's push into the 1350s, 1340s areas, and then I'll just sell on the rip. Come on. Let's just get hot.
This IVG chart is starting to spice up too.
Oh, I told you. I have that feeling.
Sold hard off the open.
And I am not a proponent of it, right? I've talked about it, right? But you can't be that guy. Don't be that guy to let your biases affect the trades. You can mention it, right? Because you understand your biases, right? But what I think is that a lot of people don't understand where their own bias is, right? Like it's like the inner bear in me, right? I put it to sleep sometimes. Why? Because I'm like, dude, what are you doing, dude? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Put that bear to sleep.
Well, I know a couple very successful long-term traders that minds, and we all know people whose minds completely melted with, Trump 1.0 and COVID, just completely brain turned to ooze. I know people who had built up multi-million-dollar portfolios from wise trading using, technical analysis and things like that, and lost if not all, most just off biases, right? Politics and I love these people, I hate these people, that kind of stuff. And you're 100%, it can completely ruin you. So that's why it's seeing this stuff that pushed me more and more systematic, where I'm going to do what the bot doesn't know what's going on in the world. It doesn't know IVG. It doesn't know any of these. So yeah, 100% it's easy to say, it's very hard to do, but it's very worthwhile to take your time to try to check whatever bias that you can at the door and just look at kind of what's moving. And even saying, I laugh about MSTR and I own some MSTU, right? I talk about how I think this is a Ponzi scheme and at some point we'll go to zero. And I don't know, but I could be right, but I should still own some because the chart looks like does it go to zero from now, or does it rip up to 1,000 and then go to zero? Or is this something that happens after I'm dead? It's like 40 years from now, the Ponzi scheme. It doesn't matter, right? What matters is what's going to happen kind of right now and over the foreseeable future for price. And yeah, same with IVG. I'm with Mitch that a bunch of software companies are going to go under. They're going to do it. I don't think it's as crazy as people think. I don't think people are going to be, coding up their own CrowdStrike. I think there's some stuff that's probably going to be safe, but even that safe stuff is probably going to have to charge way less. So, there's margin contraction and everything there. But I just looked, the reason for this trade was we undercut support and we rallied back through. That was
like a simple trade that I'm going to take right now, guys. I have to give myself the room a little bit, so I'm going to be a little bit patient. I'm going to probably go like 5 shares here and look for a little pullback and add, but like an Adobe, right? The daily is right there. You got multiple wicks right underneath you. And what I talked about on the software names, I don't want a name that is going to report earnings in the next 2 days. That's opening me up to too much risk of going for a swing. But Adobe could be one name that already has report, gap above it, inverse head and shoulders pattern off the bottom, holding the 9 EMA, volume there, earnings there, fundamentals there. Of course, more enterprise type of stock than retail, which is I think a lot of people tend to forget, right? What you want to be thinking is enterprise, not retail. The retail ones usually probably the ones that don't have real true competitive advantages. So Adobe off the 90 MA today, it's hit 90 MA what 1, 2, 3, 4 days in a row. That's called support now, right? 248s to 250s
Well,
seems to be support.
right, and it's always important to keep in mind with your brain that regardless of time frame, both things can be true, right? Most software companies can be going to zero. So both, just this example, both things can be true. Adobe can be a dead man walking, things on its way to zero. It can also double. Like it's, both those things can happen depending on your time frame, right? And if you're not planning on holding Adobe forever, you could just simply say, I think it's going to rip from 250 to 300 and then go to zero. And on the way down, if you look at a lot of these stocks, we could look at Josh's favorite, AREB. How many times has this god awful company that just the worst thing in the world, how many times has it had 50, 100% rips on its way to inevitable nothingness? Like there's no person in the world that thinks this company is going to save itself and go back to $18 billion a share. Doesn't mean you can't take a shot here or there and make a whole bunch of money. So you could say the same thing if someone's, listening to Mitch and saying, well, yeah, Adobe, it's definitely going to be replaced by AI. Yeah, maybe. But is it gonna happen in the next 5 days? Like that's how long I'm gonna hold the trade for, Is it gonna happen tomorrow?
The idea is that the SPY is still holding up, right? Even though we're getting the pullbacks in the semis, you're seeing that rotation still hold up. So there's no fear coming into the market. If it was fear, SPY hitting down, it'd be a little bit different about dip buying areas of weakness, right? But essentially, it's like we talked about, right? Yesterday, right? There's this huge boat. The big, strong play is the semis, but the anchors behind it just getting dragged. Like it's so strong. Semis are so strong that it's pulling the software trade up. So that's what's happening here.
Well, and now that the rotation is kind of like we talked about, we have semis pulling back just a bit, and we have healthcare ripping. So I didn't pull the trigger on my XLV, and we were talking about it a little bit ago, but it already would have been a great trade because, as these things kind of rotate down the line, people are going to be going from one place to another. And that is the sign of a healthy, strong bull market is people selling winners and buying other stocks. If they were selling winners and going to cash, if they were selling winners and buying bonds, that's the time we go, okay. If you see you see semiconductors drop and then you see bonds start to rip, you go, all right, they're not taking their money and redeploying it. They're taking their money and they're turning it into safe assets. If they're just taking their money and they're putting it in XLF and XLV and all of these different names, well, then great, right? Because XLF is right back almost to highs of the day after dipping there. And at the same time, SMH, I gotta add this to my list, but SMH is pulling back. So they're selling their semis and they're buying the other stuff. So just own the other stuff.
Looking for the high of the day break here for FLNC. Can we get the high of the day break here? I did not add the Adobe there. I'm also looking at Biogen, but I have 4 trades in the green. One of the things that I'm trying not to do is just keep overexposing when I have these moments. Sometimes I feel like I start seeing all this green around the screen and I jump to one position and then it quickly turns, right? So I want to focus more on the positions that I'm building and then versus jumping into new right now at this moment, right? Just because based on my positioning already.
Yeah, the fact that SMH can't get it going. So that was another little bounce attempt we had that failed. But if we go look at IWM, right, same kind of thing, right? This is pulling back. So it's a bifurcated market where some sectors, like we talked about with XLV, is ripping to new highs. So pro healthcare and kind of anti everything else. Little bounce on oil. I think this is kind of the last piece of the pie. If the oil starts to really drop and gets back near these lows, we start to see IWM rebound and get back near those highs. Things could get incredibly wacky on some of these names, which as somebody who's long, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 stocks, I hope we get that. I hope things go crazy.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. Riding the long train and riding the waves, like we talked about at the pre-market. I hope you guys are riding the waves out there too. Cheap calls on FXI. Yeah, FXI looks great, and Baba looks great. Tech. It's almost like you watched my market briefing. I do a report every night. Tech, you jumping into my brain over there. Yeah,
Well, yeah,
I
and
think AI is definitely one of the ways that China keeps coming back up.
yeah, like more DeepSeek. We were able to build what you guys built, just way cheaper.
Exactly.
I think
CWeb.
that's another.
Why not CWeb
Yeah.
right here off the 28? Look at that 27 recovery. You're going China internet bull 2 times leverage, and you're getting an amazing opportunity off the low. Oof, that looks great
I
for
laughed,
me, man.
but
Look at that.
but man, that actually looks
That
good there.
so good, man. Off that trend line, you draw a trend line from the April 2nd weekly. Look at the weekly chart. Oh my God, this looks good. This is like, yo, somebody go take out the bank loan type of trade. Man, it's already
Nice
ripping though.
fit.
That's the hard part.
Huge
I'd have
floor
to
there.
position. Like what I mean by position, right? So think like ladder. I'll take some at 28.25s, I'll take some at 27.75, and I'll take some at 27. Create a ladder and take your shot.
Yeah,
like
it's a nice long chart. There's also the CQQQ is another one, where it's just the China NASDAQ. So it's the 100 largest internet names. That looks great. Yeah, everything's popping off China here, and that might be.
I'm gonna take the smallest amount there and then just start setting up the trade off the daily. So what do I need to do there? So now I just took literally 25 shares, so small, and I'm putting the support or the risk down to $25. So essentially telling me that you'd have to break that low on the weekly, right? So I'll take that shot there. It's 25.18 is the low on the weekly that it hasn't broken. So I'm gonna use that 25.18 and see that it doesn't break that, right? Start building the position. I've been wanting to do one of these, so let's just do it. Let's take an example and let's see what you got. So here you guys see it on the bottom, CWeb, 20, 25, small shares, right? But let's see if it starts to push. Ooh, I know what is pushing there. Let's go. Let's go. New high day, FLNC. Let's get it. Let's get it, traders. Been waiting for this move for a while now. I've been holding this trade for 3 days, guys. I've been in and out of it on swings earlier. Rebought this, right? Now looking for the nice little reward time. It's time to get that reward. Let's see if we can get it. Tesla is pulling back. I will mention that. Tesla's the only one that's kind of in the red there for me, but it's such a slight red. And I have the risk literally set at $5. I'm like, just come back and get me if you want to. If you want to keep ripping, I'll keep riding the waves out there in the markets.
Yeah, we're ripping across the board here, right? SPY is about to get to those pre-market highs, doing amazingly. We're getting
XLF
RSP
pushing.
up almost 1%.
XLV
XLF's ripping.
pushing.
Oh, yeah, it feels like I'm actually down here on my. Tell me, see me look down, just FYI.
Last
This
5
where
minutes.
I'm looking at the
Technology, industrials, basic materials, utilities, healthcare, only things in the red, defensive and energy. What you want to kind of see, right? Communication services at the bottom. It tells me more and more it's looking for growth.
Yeah,
Ooh, let's go.
I'm looking to see some news report because we're extending. It's now the highest volume candle here on the SPY today on the 5-minute candle, and it's just a random 11:35 candle, which again just makes me think there's something going on.
Oh, we're seeing something. Can we announce a real deal right now?
That's what.
We won't be mad, right, Michael?
No, that's why I'm looking. I'm saying, hey, I would almost like it if this isn't a news-driven pop better, but it feels like even if we go back here to the IWM, the IWM put in a really strong 5-minute candle there, so something's going on.
All right, 1320s now. We just lifted off that 1310, so I'll use that 1310s as my mentality of comeback. And where do you see the 9 EMA on the 1 minute at 1308? You guys know I talk about 1 minute 9 EMA as momentum indicators. So at this point, I'd want to stay above the 9 now, not break it on the lift. And pullbacks to the support of the 1310s, I want to see it hold. I want to see it break and just continue to push, new high, higher lows, higher lows. You see this trend that we're creating? I want that trend to continue here. Let's see if we can.
Yeah, SPY continuing up there, and IWM as well. So this is turning into an everything rally. I'm looking here at RSP. That was kind of the place that I showed the weakness. And again, this to me is the RSP is always the most important. What's the average large cap stock doing? And it's turning higher as well. So everything I look at is looking good. And that's the kind of broadening out huge market rally that we want to see. Everything going at once.
Yep. I'm enjoying it. We'll get to some education, guys, just coming up. The markets are a little exciting, so we might have to put a little education on the back end burner, but we'll get to it in just a little bit, guys, as we get a nice little lift there. I just got a new high of 1320s. If you haven't set on your charts before the high and low indicator, I would definitely take a look into it. It's really a really good use on our platform, right? If you guys aren't using it, definitely take a look into it.
Yeah, I always love if I'm ever actively watching the market. Now I keep things as clean and simple for you guys as possible, but usually what I'm watching when it comes to the market is I do have like a streaming high-low ticker going on, just because you can glance over and you can look at like the speed of it. You make the highs green, you make the lows red. If you look over and you just see screaming red, you're like, well, a lot of stuff's making new lows like right now. Exactly. If it's not moving at all, you look over at it and it's just nothing's happening. Okay, well, the market's probably in the middle of a range, doesn't really need to matter. And it's just a nice little off the end kind of visual indicator to, okay, is this something that we really care about? Is it not? That's the kind of thing, right? But June 14th, 204, 260, you're buying Meta calls, eh? The beaten down, the redheaded stepchild of the Mag 7. Meta. Wow.
He's definitely beat down.
But that's a nice candle. That's a gap down and engulf not 1, 2, 3, 4 days of action. That's
why
it's a pretty interesting golfing candle.
Well, it's part of my education, but I'm going to talk about it. I'm really focused in on this FLNC trade right now because I'm trying to just nail it and make the profits and run. But Meta, right? When they did the deal with AMD, AMD gave them an incentive of $160 million, a 10% stake in AMD Meta can get, right? That's an insane amount. That's a crazy deal. Now they have an incentivized structure between Meta and AMD. So essentially, they need both to survive. How does Meta get paid? Well, AMD hits 600. That's the only way that Meta gets that money. So if you see AMD rising closer to that 600, you might see Meta lift because essentially they'd be making money if AMD gets to that 600, right? They'd get a free, these options would hit and the warrants would hit and they would get, where they're getting the warrants at? You ready for this? 1 penny.
Yeah, so it's essentially free
money,
free stock. That's how most like CEOs and stuff get paid too. Is they get
that was the push
free.
For Zuckerberg. That was the deliver. That was like, we'll give you this, Zuckerberg. You know why Zuckerberg agrees? Because he knows he's the largest shareholder of Meta, right? So I'll agree to that because all you're doing is putting money in my pocket a different way, right?
Not only the largest shareholder has blocked off like all voting
ability,
rights.
Ability of you getting up there.
Yeah, any structure, and he was the first like big tech guy to do it, where he's just like, I'm just not gonna let anyone else vote. I control, so they can get as mad as they want, but I vote the board in, right? So I'm going to control everything. And I remember when he IPO'd, people hated that, and they thought the company was going to, they're like, no, it's part of this, the whole thing. And he did it, and you can hear him interviewed because of what happened to Steve Jobs. A lot of people forget Steve Jobs was fired from his own company, and the company almost went bankrupt, and then they brought him back in, and he saved it. And he was the one who kind of also pioneered the I don't get paid, but I get a butt ton in stock options. So of course I'm doing fine. Once a year, I cash in some stock options. I raise a whole bunch of capital and do fine. But yeah, that's the idea. And like Tax saying, Elon has a similar case clause for SpaceX. That's
exactly.
You like to see that.
Why do you think he's
want
making
to line up these incentives, right?
Why do you think he's making the Tesla make the semiconductor chip?
Right.
He knows what he's doing, dude. Guys, like,
well, he didn't become the richest man in the world by accident, right?
Yeah,
love him or
by
hate
accident,
him,
guys.
right?
Love him or hate him, right? I
just...
mean, all right. Here we're getting the test on FLNC of the prior resistance acting as support. So I give it a chance here, but I'm ready to cut if needed. Right, the 90 MA needs a hold, and we need to push right back up through the high, the 1320s, if we want the momentum to continue. And the fun part is FLNC reports tonight. So no matter what, I'm selling this. I'm just trying to ride into the report. And so sometimes stocks love to ride into reports, right? Jump into that, right? A kind of a ride into that. So that's what I'm doing right now. That's what AMD did, and it just continued higher. But we'll see what happens with this one. All right, guys, 10:41. It's one of those days where the market's actually going by fast, Michael.
I know. Sometimes we feel like I'm like, oh, I got to drag on what I'm going to talk about here. But no, this is everywhere I look. So the SPY actually just ticked above this pre-market high. That to me was like a huge important level because we just bled from that second we hit it, just V top. Now we're right back to it. So this area then becomes important. Do we back off that again, or do we just rip right through like nothing's happening? And I'm here again. Every time you guys see me look down, I'm over checking Walter Bloomberg, and there's nothing.
Walter.
So yeah, Japan to buy oils from UAE to bypass blockade.
Yeah, they need to. If there's anybody that's getting hurt, it's Asia. Asia's the one that's most impacted.
Yeah, Japan and South Korea, none of those guys have any capacity to create their own energy at all. I think it's South Korea imports 100% of their energy. They make absolutely none. So
and it's also a big concern. Moving forward, some people were thinking that, energy is actually starting to become something that is important for every country to understand, right? As we go into this era, right, of inference, you're going to start comparing countries on the amount of power they can generate. So the gigawatts that every country can power is actually something that's important. Well, if you have no energy tie, then that's not a good thing.
That's why I have my NLR, because my idea behind it is until we invent like fission technology, this is the only way that every country in the world should be able to, you take Japan and South Korea and they go, okay, we're switching to EVs and we're doing
somebody
we're doing
yell
nuclear,
at me.
Right? It's the only way
Somebody
to do it.
Yell at me, please. How did I miss that LEU? Oh, I just got distracted. Oh, man, this is why the bot needed to buy LEU today. Look at LEU. It's now 216, guys. We saw it down there to the 205s. I even had an order out there at 205s there, so I could have got the fill there, and it would be up there to 216 of 10 points already. This tells me more and more, yeah, your NLR trade looks great, and URA looks great. Look at that breakout. Now it wants to break out, right? The day I don't play it, right? That's how it goes, guys. Every single one of these names is breaking out, Michael. Let's run through them. LEU, NNE. We talked about these guys. SMR.
Yeah.
UEC, URG, and OKLO. All of them on the upside.
Throw a dart. And they're ripping.
And when that tells you something, right? That's called an industry-wide move, not a stock-specific move. Clear definition of why I look at sector and industry rotation, right?
So I may have to mute because my standing desk is actually getting delivered. I'm seeing on my camera, but we got a visitor and a hilarious comment. Josh, I think I held up the SPY just fine since yesterday. Yes, Josh, I will give
Josh, you have big shoulders, my friend. You have big shoulders.
I will give you the props and the kudos. The fact that it ripped all day yesterday after we left, and then right. So that's where we left you around here. So yeah, it ripped all day yesterday, all night, and now we're into the highs. So good job, Josh. Keep it going.
Good job, Josh. Good job, Josh.
Oh, Trump, this is what's going on. Trump to PBS. So I guess he's talking to PBS now. Iran deal reached, possible Iran deal reached before China visit. Felt deal was never before. We'll see what happens. That sentence doesn't make sense, but okay.
Well, most of his sentences don't make sense, so that would add up.
Yeah, I know. But yeah, so he's talking to the media, and he's saying that we're getting close there. So that's probably what's going on that's spurring the market, because this rip was him saying we had a deal. Then the drop was Iran saying no, we don't, and now the rip is him saying yes, we do. So you want to know what a headline-driven market is? There you go. You're seeing it.
All right. With that being said, I'll go right back into Tesla with another tight risk here. And if I get cut on both, I lose $15. So the way that I'm looking is, if Tesla wants to make a rip, it's going to do it today. Let's see if it.
Well, everything's ripped today, right? So it should.
Yeah.
In theory,
so it should get exactly right. And so sometimes I look at that, like what hasn't partaken in the rally, and try to jump on those. That was my TSM call, right? Well, it hasn't partaken, but it's strongly correlated with these names. At some point, it gets to lift.
Josh, yeah, my kids can eat, definitely off today's returns. My kids could eat lobster for a month. Not that I'm going to feed them lobster for a month. They're getting peanut butter and jams, but they could if I felt so inclined.
Man, that LEU trade, man.
Lobster.
That LEU trade was such a pretty one, man. And the fun part about this one is, look at the long-term trend on LEU. This is breaking now what I love. I love charts that break long downtrends and then start to work back. Bases, right? That's what LEU has here. It's a 7-month downtrend of 54%. Gives you potential of this coming back half of the trade and going up 34%, 76 points from here.
The old technical saying, right? The bigger the base, the higher in space. So if she ends up breaking out, then maybe.
The best part, what you want to see, a lot of wick action below. Wick action tells me more and more. Who would be selling there on the chart? No one. And if you're doing that, you just don't know technical analysis, right? So if anything, the last 1, 2, 3, 4 days, every time it breaks 206, it's finding buyers. Every time.
Yeah,
so
and
that tells
that
me
is
something.
how. Well, that is how
institutions
accumulate. That's not how retail. Retail just hits the buy button and walks off.
Yep.
Institutions would say something like, "Man, this thing gets below 200, you turn on a buy algorithm. Gets above 200, you turn off the buy algorithm."
And it looks exactly like that, right? When you zoom in today, what does it do? It slightly undercuts 200. Yesterday, slightly undercut 200, right?
Yeah, you can see these bottoming. This is what Mitch, and this is just one day back up, so you can count this area here too. But every time we get to that 200, it's like someone turns on a buy algo, and buy algos split up your orders, so it will never stop at a price. It stops at a range because it just randomly fires out buy orders, but overwhelming the sellers enough that prices turn.
FLNC holding on that prior resistance acting as support. Let's see if we get the move. I'm sorry for not going to education today, guys. I think the trading is kind of taking over here.
No.
The education can kind of wait some days. Some days I'll make sure that we get to it and we can do some even deeper dives. But just want to mention it because I always do try to give you guys education, but I think today's
No,
one of
if
those
we
days
were
where let's just focus on the action.
Yeah, if we were having an inside day in the SPY and really nothing was going on, there was no earnings that we cared about, that's one thing. But we are ripping to new all-time highs with the SPY up 1%, the Q's up 1.5%, financials up 1%, even healthcare is up 0.25%.
Yeah,
The only thing that I see
incredible.
is down. IVG hasn't made it yet, but that's a nice bottoming tail. And USO, which we want to see down. Everything else, I scroll through this my list here, and this is the up or down column. Everything else here is green. It's just these two right here. So
How pretty
silver
URA looks also
ripping.
like in the long term, like on a weekly outlook. This uranium move could be big.
I hope so. I got my
I mean,
my NLR.
you know what? You know I don't bring up stuff like that all the time, man, and I think that's an important thing. I don't always talk about things like setting up for bigger moves, but this looks prime on the weekly. That's why I've been trying to position in. 55 seems like a really nice area. URA now starting to lift. There goes FLNC right back up to 13, 14. I'm looking for this to drive a little bit more and start to lift off, guys.
Yeah,
Let's
so
go,
this
let's
is
go.
this is my current, like I'm looking to add to NLRs just so everyone, again, I have some from like years ago,
Can't
right?
blame
I
you,
just
man.
own some of the CTF. But this is kind of drew out what I'm seeing here. This thing just getting tighter and tighter, and even a very tight base here. So any sort of pop above into 146s, 147, that's where I'm gonna put on the gas. And just like everything, you buy some and then it hopefully moves higher and you take a little bit of profits. You trade around that core position, right?
Forward
I
position.
want nuclear to be a thing. So I want to hold like a core
Mm-hmm.
position. So I always want to explain this to people is because a lot of traders do this. So say if you wanted to own, I don't know, say if you had a
Metals and minerals,
$100,000
man.
portfolio and you wanted 20,000 of that 100,000 to be in something like NLR in nuclear, you would buy your $20,000 position. And then every now and then you would let that go to 30 or 40,000 and maybe a little bit of margin. And then, that 10,000 that you're adding 10,000 in. And then if it goes a couple percent for you, you're pulling it back out. You're trading around this position. Same thing,
Yeah.
I've been talking about this Oscar trade around. I've been doing now for, a year now. Every time it got into the 10s and 11, I bought some. Every time it ripped back up, I sold some, and just over and over and over again. So this morning, I took a little bit of profits in the 19s. If it rolls back over into the 14s, 15s, I'll rebuy it. And the premise, just the reason I like this thing is nothing to, I don't know anything about this company other than it's just got this huge base. And if it ever breaks this kind of 22, 23 area, I wouldn't be surprised to see it logarithmic. There we go. That's better. This base move in some sort of way. So trading around these core positions not only keep you engaged in what the stock is doing, but also just adds a level of, okay, I have potentially, if you do it well, a way to kind of generate income off a position.
All right, we'll see what happens. FAS pulling back a little bit there. Hasn't really broke right back up to the upside. It's one of the lagging areas right now. But metals and minerals, man, just look so good. They look so good, and I can name some of the best charts. If you want to look at these a little bit longer charts, but look at UAMY. Look how pretty these charts look, man. We're going to another. To me, it feels like we're going into another super cycle of these commodities, these metals and minerals. UAMY shows me that USAR, Quad U. You guys know I brought Quad U up, I think, on this show at like $5. This stock trades 22 now, and it's breaking the highs. Had earnings today, pushing strong there. So a lot of metals and minerals plays just getting hot, right? And that tells me UEC is now looking really good. I think I might get after some UEC on the pullback today. 15 is still in play there. I can't get URA. I'm not getting LEU opportunities. I'll look to see if I can get some opportunity to get some exposure there.
Well, and the day's still young, right? We could get a pullback. As we look
Yeah.
here in the SPY,
Yeah, just focused on
we're
on the cash, right?
Yeah, because we hit that level, and that's it's a big topping tail. It's not nothing. It could happen.
I sold some of these runs a little too fast, man. APLD was another name I had on the 9 EMA. Sold it way too fast on the rip. I mean, I got a 8% move, but I mean, I could have got a 25 or 30% move, right? APLD is a nice one. That's a nice breakout. Shout out to Jay Woods.
Well, that's going to be the power as you become more systematic, right? Is that you're not going to have to think about the
those were all
anymore.
be taken. I would have had too many trades today. I would have probably been looking down and being like, okay, buying power taken.
Well, I've gotten, because
Today
Signal
would've been
Stack
that day.
emails you when you run out of buying power, and that I've gotten like 20 of those emails today from the day trading system here. Go flat on the day trading system, but even in my swing trading account, I'm close.
Iran ripping. Of course, what is Iran? Guys, the nuclear talk is going to get real here. Looks like it. Independent power producers, BE, right? Let's see if BE can turn things around today. I'm watching also CEG, GEV, those types of names, FLNC, pulling off a little bit from the high there. But FAS just turned back to the upside, so that makes me feel good and confident to take another add attempt here. So I'm going to take an add attempt on the bid here for FAS. So I'll just throw out a bid order to see if it gets filled. A little bit on the pullback and looking to add there on FAS as it starts to push again. That Jacob Solution trade, that was a beautiful dip buy today. I'm just riding that trend back up. Almost back to the open on that Jacobs. So, man, so many trades, man. And my scanner, my AI trade is just, my scanner is just on fire.
Oh, so there's more. So he's still getting interviewed here by PBS.
I thought he hated PBS, dude. I thought he was trying to cancel PBS.
Yell and see who listens, I guess. Trump on Iran, if we make a deal, we'll lighten up on sanctions. If it doesn't end, we'll go back to bombing. There you go. Oh. So again, there's nothing new in these statements, but the market is just hanging on this. When will things open up?
Yep.
When will this? We need when the idea is okay. We need to open up the Hormuz. That's all we need to see right now in order for this rip to continue. For sectors who might be hurting from it, you got to remember a lot of this is algorithmically driven too, right? Anything that says Trump, says this about this ending, you're going to get some flurry, and then when you're on a day like this that everyone's already pumped up, any sort of good news is just going to be inflated even higher, even if it ends up being kind of BS, right?
All right, seeing that dip there in my name, guys. I might get cut out here in FLNC and take, still a 3-to-1 trade. So I set the stop there to get hit if it wants to. Before this, it wasn't out the whole time. There's a reason why. Look how quickly I'm getting towards that stop now. And what was it? Being smart, right? It got a new high. It didn't hold the 1310s. If I get it cut out, so be it. There it is, cut out of the trade there. We'll look to see what happens there. Now I'm starting to see a turn in the market, and it is 11 here, guys. So just be careful. With time to get out of here. But the market right at the highs, are we going to see a little bit of a pullback time into lunch hours is what I'm thinking we're seeing right now. So I'll set up there to take the money and run. Doesn't mean that FLNC is done. No, but I'm going to take that money and run, at least give myself a nice profit on the day, and now just start to work the other positions. So not bad. Still got that C-Web, and that C-Web is not going down. So that's a good sign. That is not giving me the ability to add today on C-Web. Is a trade that I'm going to be trying to hold for a little while now to see what happens on China. And the fun part?
Yeah,
C-Web,
and
Don't have to worry about earnings. Don't have to worry about any of that.
And that was going to be my kind of closing statement there, is that the beauty of these ETFs, although maybe a little bit more boring than other things, we have leverage ETFs, and with the swing accounts that trade the pool, the only restriction is you can't hold through earnings. Well, right, there's no ETFs don't report earnings. So in theory, Mitch can just hold this until a profit target is reached or a stop loss is reached. There is no time, decay. There is no, I have to get out by X period of time for some arbitrary reason. And that's the power of swing trading. And if he says, I'm going to wait till the meeting happens, good, as long as it stays in your price range, right? It's all the only thing you have to think of is it eating too much buying power? Other than that, let it go.
All right, guys, we'll see what happens out there. Traders, have a good one. We'll take it easy. I hope you guys take it easy. Stay safe out there. Traders, we'll keep pushing. Now time for some scanners.
And that should do it. What's up, guys? There I am. Hey. We are live here. It is our lunchtime review. And right on cue, looks like we got a doorbell pretty soon here. Let me know when you're here and we can hop on into it. But guys, we've got some good stuff to talk about here today. We are not seeing much of a slowdown in SPY. It's still going. I think it's going to keep going. Let's get my charts loaded. So you can see in the bottom left, I've got IREN. That's a day trade I'm in, and I think it's going to be a swing trade, very least part of it there. So I'm looking forward to seeing if these guys can continue to hold the line and push up into the close. I'm liking this candle here on the hourly on IREN. So we're going to keep on watching that guy there, as well as pull up a few other of the big movers. Somebody at the door? Well,
rock and roll breakfast show. Well, no, that's actually the lunch show. How we doing, brother? How we doing?
Doing great, Josh. Good to see you. How's today's treating you so far?
Oh my gosh, doing great. Well, small caps just still in the slowdown. We are slow. It is what it is. We have really not a lot of good movement, but then you run into plays like Easy Go, and I like driving Easy Goes on the golf course, but this Easy Go must have been driven by Tiger Woods because what happened?
I think we got into the sand trap here a little bit. This is a bit tough. So a bit of a haircut. Looks like we were trading up to $3 this morning. Currently sitting at 19 cents. Josh, what happened?
I don't know. I shorted it and I'm still in short right now. So, I have no idea why. I even looked up for news. I really couldn't find anything earlier as far as what the reasoning was on Easy Go. But, she's hurting.
It's not looking great. So where did you get in on this thing? What was the setup?
I just jumped in with momentum.
Yeah. Okay. Right about where I'm curious.
We're just dumping away. It was halting down at first. After it crashed $1, I was like, okay, this is gonna keep going. So finally, I just jumped in on it to get a little piece of the pie. So my best, I'm just slowly scaling out of it, slowly but surely.
So I love that you're willing to get short on the crack of $1 if it looks that weak. Because Josh, you know what it looks like when they're buying that dollar level. So great read on that part. I would have been too scared to do this, but I love that you're like, hey, this doesn't matter. I'm going to miss a big move every day. That doesn't mean I can't make the easy move too. Right. If you see that it's dead, it's dead. So got to give you the little bit of an applause break there, Josh. Great trade. That is tough for the investors. Let's put it like that.
Yeah, right.
Now I got to pull up a daily chart just to see what kind of crimes this thing is doing. Oh my goodness, that's some crime right there. So yesterday, this thing was trading between $1.27. That was its previous trading range. That thing juiced up to $2.60 and all the way up to $3, testing the big breakdown gap before completely washing out. So man, this thing looks as dead as a stock can probably look in my book. That's terrible.
So I'm still in 100 shares right now, waiting for this to see if this can't crack down for more. And here we just keep on going down. There's new low of day. So she says, how low can I go? I can keep going. I mean, look up WNWs of the world. I mean, I took that play down to 8 cents the day it cracked. And did that play reverse split? Has it reverse split WNW?
Yeah. Oh, has it? Or is this? Okay.
Yep.
So this is not a real.
That reverse split. So essentially that would be 3 cents right now, not 280, 390, whatever. That play reverse split where the day you see 1352 all the way down, that ran up to I can't remember what it ran up to that day, but it kept cracking back on down. Trying to do the math anymore, I can't even do it right. But whatever, and I held that all the way W&W all the way down into like 8 cents and finally just cut it.
Beautiful. I love it.
Just keep cracking away. It's nuts.
That's just a gnarly wipeout. It reminds me of, I don't think it's on, I think it's delisted by now, but you remember the MULN? Yeah, it's not on here anymore, but Mullen Automotives.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
AKA their CEO's personal piggy bank. So, gotta make sure you don't get caught in a dilution trap there.
Yeah.
Wow. All right. So, Josh, before we get into too many more fun little tickers here, I do want to talk about the SPY GEX profile, just because it's clogging up my computer and I want to close it so we can maneuver here better. But I just wanted to let people know where we're currently sitting on our GEX profile here. So in the morning session, I was trading futures with Dave, and we identified a really, really beautiful move off of those kind of jolting candles in the morning. Let me go to the SPY intraday chart so I can describe what I'm watching here, or what I'm talking about. But essentially, there was some jagged price action in the morning where, we ran up overnight. We were coming back down into the first half an hour, and it was having trouble finding its feet. But we did note just the absolute strength in the gamma chart, the big node pointing above. And I wanted to talk about that real quick because it was just really a clean setup. So,
by the way, I forgot. Let me just tell you this.
Yeah,
I forgot. I put orders on MU to get filled. I just looked up. I am filled on MU at 629.91. I'm in 10 shares up 240 buckaroonies right now.
How about that?
Money. Yeah, I put orders in.
Wild.
Orders in earlier to get filled for a dip buy, and boom shakalaka, there we go. MU. Forgot about that earlier, man. I would have taken some profit. But it's only 10 shares, so this was kind of like a bounce starter ground for the move back up to 700 plus. Beautiful.
Yes,
I almost bottom tick today, bro.
That is very pretty hammer candle. And MU. So Josh, this is a tale of two sides for me. It's a double-edged sword because I am still in Micron. I'm very, very happy with my re-entry here at 500. Very happy with that. I saw the megaphone break. I waited for the back test of the clean level, and it's been a very easy trade since then. This one really messed with me, Josh. I was in long at 330, 340, right about here.
Ooh.
I took this trade to 420. 420. Overshot a little, but I was fine with that. Waited for it to come back. And I actually missed it this time. I was like, oh goodness, it's going to squeeze. And I was like, I can't take the trade unless it comes back for me. It came too deep though. And I got scared because it undercut that low right there. It turns out that was a great day to buy. I recognized it a day late. So I tagged in, I saw after hours how strong this was. I was like, it was a look below in reverse. So I tagged in right at open the next day at 395, 393, 395, trimmed when it swept the previous high, because I know I'll regret it if I don't, 8 times out of 10. So trimmed here and then got stopped out, break even again. And I'm sitting here going, well, at least I trimmed. All right, 2 good trades. But, the whole play for Micron was the big move, the big move that this whole thing was flagging out as. And you know what? This was a really, really gnarly undercut. And I wasn't ready to get involved until it was a little bit late. So if I had seen it here, that would have been nice, holding these moving averages. But this was when the whole market was at that big inflection point. Are we going to gap up and go crazy, or are we going to tap back into the 200-day moving average before falling lower? So I wasn't ready to pull the trigger there. And Josh, this is where I feel like I got to give you guys the full picture. I didn't play it great, but I played it good enough because I still said, hey, I still got to get a piece. Even if I don't get the perfect entry, I got to get something. And
Love it.
This wasn't the perfect entry. It's at 500. I sold at 400, 20% lower, but yet that still allowed for a really easy straight shot move of 30% currently, 60% if you're in the MULL. So
beautiful. Hey, and that's the thing, getting pieces of the pie. Talk about getting bigger chunks of it, but it's get what you can.
Mm-hmm. And the last thing is, I'm not trying to, just victory lap here because I sold early too. I'm only in about a third of the position remaining because I recognize that I'm buying high and I'm getting a big momentum surge and I got to lock some in. And I saw this top wick when I was in the waiting room at the doctor's office. I was waiting. There was that day a couple days ago when they were cooking me in the waiting room. And I guess that bad vibes trickled in. And I said, I don't know, could reverse, could post a top wick. I'm going to take a lot off the table because I just got 25% in a couple of days. So not perfect. I should have had conviction because the setup was very clean. It's still looking beautiful now. So that was 20% ago that I sold 2/3 of this. So I'll take the lumps there, but at least it's working. And I love that you're still getting involved because the name's so strong.
Yep. Yeah, I just took some of that off of that 10 shares. Just did 10 shares today. But yeah, that was an order I had in. I forgot to put that in that 630 area. So you got to bottom tick that as a bounce play, going back and looking at that. Beautiful, my friend. Beautiful. Yeah, I was going through my orders. I just took a little bit off here. Having some trouble at that 655 mark. I may just cut it if it gets back below 650 because it really could start dwindling back on down really hard. Good move though overall today, and continuing, in my opinion, over the next few days. Obviously, SNDK is going to be another one that's going to be on watch here. Good bounce for it today too, as well. Just very, very big movement, in my opinion, is going to be had from SNDK and MU. Even AMD. I mean, AMDs of the world are going to really start to have some big movement now in range each day. I did not realize yesterday in after hours, which of course we have earnings to cover today. We've got a few to look at, but man, AMD with a barn burner yesterday.
Absolute powerhouse of a move. We were monitoring it for the futures, for the after hours trade. Me and Jesse, we did identify the correct setup. It didn't come down quite low enough to fill us on our blind buy, strong bounce level to get a little mean reversion move off of. We couldn't put just a limit order in and missed the reclaim and back test of 350 very, very closely. So we didn't execute perfectly, but the idea did work great. When there's a name that's priced to perfection like this, very often it wants to go up, but it needs to come back down just a little bit and confirm that strength. So it got the double beat. The market, it flushed out first and then reclaimed with strength, and that what should have been the sign to tag on in. The real strength came on that earnings call though, and that is a great indication for the sector as a whole, because sure, any one company beating on their actual numbers is good, but it's much more important for the sector as a whole when that guidance is so strong like this. And that's what we've seen on ON as well, and on A-Lab, on every chip that's reported has posted great numbers, and it doesn't look like it's slowing down. So I'm loving it, Josh. I think the sector is just hot, and still giving us really great trades.
You like McDonald's? You're loving it, huh? I'm loving it.
We gotta stay clear of the copyright, but yeah, something like that. I'm liking it a lot. How about that? One other one.
Say that anymore? Is that? I know they did for the longest time, but yeah, I was like, maybe they still do. I don't eat fast food or really see the commercials much anymore. But real quickly, EVC for small caps. EVC was a runner in pre-market. Actually, for once in after hours, and it's earnings. That's all we're looking at in small caps today. OSS is running. EVC is running, and both of those on earnings from yesterday. I think OSS maybe was this morning potentially, but both are on earnings today. So watching both of those, not trading them, sticking with my MU guns and my Easy Go guns for the day. But EVC, nice little pop up here. If you're looking for a bounce play, I love it. Back around 720, somewhere around there. And then if you look for if you're looking for a short, 775 to 785, that pre-market high is looking juicy. There's going to be a lot of traders, as we say that word, infamous word, stuck. They're caught. Well, they are, and they're wanting to get out if they get anywhere close to that. So we could see a reversal at that area as well.
I love this, and I'm just noting this area that's been pretty in play for quite a while. Yeah, okay. So it was the first surge up, and it kind of started pivoting around this rectangle that I'm trying to drag out here. There we go. And what you're seeing is this pivot. The up, the down, the up, the down, all around here, spiking above, coming below, trying to test, breaking above. It is all forming this big high volume spike that I think Josh is probably either intuitively or consciously recognizing as a good place to come back down and refill for another push into that high up there where them boys is trapped. So that's what we're looking for.
Yeah, exactly.
They're stuck like a bug in a rug. That's a tough spot to be in if you're, so you got to reach up. And the reason why this happens is because market makers see all these orders on the book saying, hey, just bring it up here. I'll get out. I promise I'll get out. And they're going, no, that's a lot of shares to transact up there. We could whip it up there pretty easy, couldn't we? Yeah, we could. Look at all these buyers. We could just let the gas off trying to hold them back, surge it up, and then sell. Then reduce our inventory size. Because market makers they're long down here. They're going to sell up here.
Yeah, exactly. 100%. Yeah, those bounce areas, it just comes out through the years of me doing it for so often. So, it's a combo of both, of not only knowing where it's at, but the intuitive side of it. And just now you've seen, just like MU, kind of forgetting about it. I'm like, oh, yeah, that I called that out this morning, that area, and boom, I put orders in to get filled there because I loved it so much. And, that would be, there was if we could trade one setup the rest of our career, it would be that. I would be a bounce trader because I can find them in any market, any stock. You name it. If it costs $5, it costs $500. Bounce machine. Gene was what they'd call me. Bounce Machine Gene stepping up to the plate here. His real name's really Josh, but he likes the name Bounce Machine Gene. So we'll call him that for the day.
See, if you were in baseball, that would sound like you just ground out a lot. But I guess it's a good thing in this scenario.
Well, I'm like only a 200 hitter, but I'm so good at sending guys home. So like I'm always out, and I'm getting a lot of ribbies, baby.
There you go. You're a team player, and we're all about that here at Trade the Pool. All right, I got to go through the GEX profile because you see how it took me like 10 minutes to get this chart to load. Got to give my computer some room to breathe. So I want to go over this morning trade here because this is why GEX is so useful and why I'm focusing on getting my my dashboard ready for the public here, because I think it would really help you guys just in trading equities. Don't even worry that it's using options data. It's all about getting an informed position on, or an informed opinion on SPY's positioning intraday. So you guys are scalpers. You need to know this stuff. This is the setup here. So this morning we saw an incentive to push higher right out of the gates. We came down, we had some pressure releases, these big red candles, big red candles, big red candles. So the idea here is we started watching what the gamma exposure profile was showing us after this first red candle. We have had about 20 minutes of data on the tape already. We see some sellers, we see the potential double top, but we also see that we are trading up from the open. So bulls are trying to carve a higher low and push higher. And it's our job to kind of piece together, play the detective and see, well, what is more likely? Is there an incentive to pull us down below? Because me and Dave, my good friend Dave over at Fivers, if you guys are looking for futures trading, that's a great way to do it. But we were talking about this big push up and then coming back into the neckline. So it was ambiguous. I was saying I could see an inside day, a small mean reversion downside day after this big rally, where if we lose this kind of rectangular neckline, we could flush down at least $5, at least $2-3, maybe $4 or $5. So that was the name of the game for me, watching this inflection point and seeing if, hey, on my GEX, if I'm seeing a bunch of puts coming in, drawing us down to the next level, well, then I'd be inclined to, follow that momentum. And vice versa, if we saw a big level up higher, that would incline me to believe, or that would make me inclined to believe that we were going to gravitate up that way. So that's the frame, and that's how we kind of use these tools. And now what we're looking at over on the right side of the screen is the actual information. Don't worry about all this chaos. All we're really looking at is this little chart in the center here. And what this is showing us is basically the amount of calls intraday and puts intraday that have been bought by speculators. So by me, by Josh, by institutions that are trading directionally, by everybody but the market makers. So what this is telling us is if we have a bunch of institutions buying a bunch of calls intraday, well, market makers, they have to actively hedge those. So they have to buy the underlying of SPY. They have to buy SPY shares to cover these calls in case they pay out. And that is a self-fulfilling prophecy, which yanks the price action up to the strike that is the highestly traded. Yeah, the highestly traded, the most traded strike there. So on our chart, what we saw very early was this same GEX profile. It was almost identical to this, even when we were trading much lower. And what it was showing us was that at 7,350, that was by far the dominant node. You can see it on this side as well, but especially clear here. And what this is telling us is that we really want to go up here. We're going to find a way to go up here. Dips will be bought until we get to this level, unless the guys who bought these calls monetize them, they sell them, then those come off of this chart, and then all of a sudden the market makers don't have to hedge against those, and the magnet to the upside drops. So that's the setup, and it was just a beautiful, beautiful move where despite, now I'll go into here, where despite these pressure release sells in the morning that were very scary. I mean, this looks like it was going to fall and go below and then have a lot of room lower. But instead, we saw what we call a bearskin rug day, Any bear tries to get involved on a red candle, they're just going to get smacked within a few. And, those bull hunters, they're going to make a rug out of the bears, hang them up on the wall here. And that's what we saw, just straight continuation once we finally got through those sellers, digested those sellers. Then we went to our home base, we tagged the strike. The strike was literally up here. And so really clean trade, and I just wanted to put that on your radar because this GEX stuff, it is no joke. All right, that's my spiel there, Josh. I'll close this, and now I can use charts. That'll be nice. without getting a ton of lag.
Well, I like the Gex, the Monday, Wednesday, Friday Gex breakdown, right? So you get a little Gex report, right? So it's just a part of anything, like this is TTP's live stream, the Gex report, brought to you by Steve the Achieve, and we'll think of some sort of somewhere we can get some extra dough, like this segment brought to you by, and then we need to. And we need to figure out someone that's sponsored by Wendy's, where today you can get a Frosty and a small fry for 99 cents. That's right. Today, go to your local participating Wendy's. 99-cent Frosty, 99-cent fry.
I'm all about it. You're making me hungry, though, Josh. Please have mercy.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's always food for me, so you got to watch out for myself. It's either food or music most of the time where I'm going toward my brain for whatever reason. But that's good. Everyone gets along with some good food. Everyone gets along with some good music. So, yeah, Tack, only 6 seconds. Hey, I'm good. Tack, I'm good with it, right? Just only 6 seconds. Yeah, right. Exactly. And then, someone said Jesse. I'm going with all the people I talk to, but I'm actually going over to My Music Muscle, asking a good question there. So today I added, and we'll put that in the chat real quickly. I meant to, once you got done giving a great Gex report, to put that up there on the watch board so people can actually read it too as well. And there it is. Show that. So My Music Muscle asks, so today I added pre-market highs and lows with previous open and closes. Any tips? I think Josh said old resistance becomes new support and old support becomes new resistance. Yes, not now, of course. Beautiful. Does that happen all day, every day? No. I mean, of course, nothing's 100%. You like it to be 100%, but that's generally what, I'm looking for. Of course, go watch those videos. Of course, I just put a link out there on my YouTube. Well, that's a link to my bounce play lessons, and I have a part 1, part 2, part 3 that should come up pretty much right away. Go watch those over and over and over. Start with 1, then go to 2, and go to 3. Part 1's where I'm finding them and where you can find them. Part 2 is the retracement and kind of technical side of things, and then part 3 is truly how to trade them, like where your target should be and how to create your stop losses. So that'll really help you out. And I usually trade the top or bottom of the channel. So MU's a great example where today you could have traded maybe the top of it and bounce off of yesterday's highs and the main resistance it built up yesterday, or you could have traded the bottom support it really built up yesterday for MU, which was right around that 630 mark. So that's why I like the bottom part. So it could go either way. You could find old resistance becomes new support, or truly old support will become support again. And so I was just basing it off of that main support and the big bounce we had yesterday right in the middle of the day. You can see there, which you can, right there. That's what I was looking for. I was looking for that to happen again if we came down to it. Typically, that's where you'll find it at. And then you go to the volume profile that Steve likes to show a lot. Then you're going to see that in there, whether it's a high node or low node. That's usually super high node or a super low node. And I love using the combo of those two. High is going to see a lot of volume through that. Obviously, like we just saw on EVC, it's traded very highly, a lot through there, and it's highly traded or highliest traded or whatever kind of Steve was saying for the contract. Same thing for the 720 area for EVC. It's either going to be heavy volume. It's been traded very heavily through that 720 mark, and then it also will show that on the chart. Old resistance becomes new support. The breakout zone there earlier from EVC where it just broke out, 720 was that mark. And so you add all these things together. The volume nodes there. The breakout part was there. We went from 720 straight up to 760. It was an old resistance support zone. So now I've got all these factors to come into play, all these caveats that now say, yep, you check mark, you check mark, you check mark. Now all these check marks are checked. Why am I not trading this? And it's kind of the same thing for MU and that market 630 for yesterday. Or for yesterday now into today, or I said it's meeting a lot of check marks. And so that's where I went in to trade the bottom of the channel instead of the top of the channel, because there were more check marks to the bottom of the channel. And that's all I'm looking for. I'm using the chart, old resistance, old support, either one of them, right? And then I'm going to find which one of those has a very high volume profile or low. And then on the chart, what did we do? Did we really go from there? Like yesterday, 630 and that bounce right around 630 or so, middle of the day, we shot up. And where did we shoot up to? Well, we shot all the way up to highs into 700 or whatever almost we went to in pre-market. So that means that's a big mover. That's a good area. And so then the check marks are at the 630 area.
And real quick, just because I still have EVC on my screen, I just wanted to show, because this is the exact same thing that we saw on EVMUX, jeez, this ticker is confusing me, on MU a second ago. And I just wanted to highlight, because it's really cool on a 15-minute chart, how clear Josh's bounce plays are. So you see the big surge pre-market just slicing. Where does it find the first inkling of mixed tape, as I call it, of a seller showing themselves? Well, there were top wicks here. It came down, formed two bottom wicks, then surged again. So usually...
And I'll say, not to cut you off, but 640 in that area you're talking about, I love. I can go back and play at my morning alerts, that 640 area, and there's that low volume node. Boom. And that was my alert opening bell. Said, guys, EVC 640 is the bounce play. And then I went back later, kind of like we do with MU, and I go, oh, sweet, perfect. It did exactly right what it's supposed to do. It did what it was supposed to do.
Josh, it's beautiful. And I just love it how it looks on this 15, because you see that big surge up. And then this is where this kind of zone where it finds a seller, but then continues to push up. I consider this a range now. A range. So I would expect it to play ball in this range until proven otherwise. So we get the big surge pre-market, which shows me this thing wants uppies, as I say. It wants to go uppies, you know? It's got that juice. And when it comes down, what does it do? Well, the bears try all they can to break down this range and turn it from an accumulation range into a distribution range. But they fail. Where do they fail? Right at Josh's level, where the bulls redefined the strength here. They said, yes, this was easy, but we want more, and we will continue to buy. And so you can see they held the line on these wicks. And now I just want to show you guys on MU, because it was the exact same thing. This is systemic. Look, there it is. Big surge, first seller, and then there's our little bit of a range. But you can see that's so strong, right? So strong, and it just curves up. Curls on up. So now we have the bigger range expanded to here. Definitely sellers up there. And what we see is, okay, this little range needed to distribute a little bit. Just, everything's got to come down a little bit, but all it's doing is going up 2 levels, down 1 level, rechecking in with these exact same wicks that we were talking about. What does it do? It holds. And why is it such a strong candle off there? Because it held. If it did not hold, the buyers would not have flooded in. So this is a really, really beautiful example of this kind of repeatable setup that Josh is teaching you. So definitely go check out those playlists, guys. I know I will be this weekend, because I've skimmed a lot of your stuff and I've watched a good chunk, but that is not one that I've fully watched. I think I've only skimmed that one, so I need to do the due diligence there, because it's worth the full watch.
And like I said, you look at it at what it was, a $7 ticker in EVC, or you're looking at almost a $700 ticker in MU. It doesn't matter where you're looking at in the stock market. You're going to find these things. That's all I'm looking for. Like, I feel like we're going into, that's another way to analogy. I feel like me and you are going into flea markets every day, like, antique stores are antiquing. Like, all right, we're going antiquing today. What are we going to find? And we're waiting to find what we want. It's got to be the right year, the right color, the right model, yada yada. And then I think, Steve, I think it's it. I think we found it. It's it. It's the funded trader secret sauce, but they actually had a real copy there. It's got the smell. Yeah, right. And so yes, exactly. Exactly. Right. And so that's what you're doing every day in the stock market. You're sitting back, you're waiting. And that's the secret sauce for me. If you can be that, you'll be a funded trader and you'll be successful in the stock market. But that's the key right there.
Josh, I got to interrupt you real quick, because we have a trade setup that is starting to break out here on UUUU, I do believe. I'm going to try to trade it with y'all just in a small quantity for the funsies of it. I'm going to tag in 25 shares and look to add in off 1 minute moving averages. If it gives me this, it looks like it might shake and bake on out the top, though. So trying to put my order right at the 23 handle just to get a foot in the door. This is a small size. I wouldn't go full size right here at the top of the flag. That's risky. Wait for the breakout and back test. That's where I would add. But I want to get involved with this and not miss it, because it's going to be fun, I do believe. And Josh, this is one where the reason why I am willing to jump the gun just a tiny bit here, come on, let me in, is because I am so bullish on this from a higher time frame perspective. On the right here, this is a monthly chart, but we're going to go to a daily, make it a little bit clearer. All right, we're just tagged in there. And what I want to show here is this is a major league base. This thing is no joke and fulfilling all the requirements for me. I love the little head and shoulder, or inverted head and shoulders type bottom.
Yeah, I was like, what do you think I see? Immediately, I was like, inverse head and shoulders.
I had to jump on it before you bit my analysis there, Josh. Otherwise, I got nothing to talk about. Come on, man. And so one other thing I just want to mention, you got this beautiful neckline of it, and that's why it jumped out to even me. And I'm not a big inverted head and shoulders guy, but this is what I saw. I saw that's a big chunky level here. We come up, we base, we surge above it there, and now we are pushing up off of it after a little fake breakdown, after kissing the trend line. To me, it's ticking all boxes saying it wants to go higher, and I'm really loving this. One more thing I really love is just how neat and tidy, I'm going to repurpose my neckline here, how neat and tidy this flip of 20 was. So that is 20, and you see bang, 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 and I always tell everybody, this is one of my highest probability setups. You look for 4 knocks on a level. When you get, the rule is 3 is standard, 4 is a gift. If you get 4 tests of a level the probabilities increase very, very much so. I don't know exactly. I haven't back tested it yet. But I promise you, the probabilities of a fourth knock breaking through are so much higher than a third knock. So if you get that fourth, you take it with a stop under here, and then you get the nice measured move explosion super quick usually. And you can see 2 times this measured move here, we transact it to the penny just about, and that's where sellers step in. Now it looks like we're pushing higher though. So I love this one. I'm still in it. It's a position trade. It's been chopping and bopping for months and months on me here. I added some here. I have not trimmed yet, and I think this one is going up higher because it's uranium and it's rare earth minerals and magnet production. We're going to need a lot of both of those in the next 1, 2, 3, 5, 10 years.
We're going to have a lot of shopping today. A lot of shopping on the day.
I'm buying. I'm bullish. And okay, all right, our trade is working out. We got the breakout through high day. Sometimes you just got to talk through the sketchiness there. And then now I can go to a 1-minute chart and we can find, well, actually first the hourly, just to show you why I like this one so much on a mid time frame here. We are knocking again on this 20th.
Heavens no.
I got to be careful, man. Everything's a song. Good. But look at this. 1, 2, 3, boom, 4. So I think this continues. I think that we get a nice move up to at least 25, and I would really like to see the highs swept, the 52-week highs swept before we cool down. That would be over $28. A lot of room on the table if this thing kicks off and holds. So now, okay, nice surge. All right, now we're in breakout mode. Glad I tagged in a little bit, but I want to build this position now that it's working. Oh, what a beautiful 1-minute breakout.
Now we're squeezing.
Mamma mia. All right, Josh, how would you look to build size into this? Wait for it to flag and the moving averages to catch up? Wait for it to come back to a level?
Patience.
Yeah, something like that. Patience.
Yeah, just beautiful. All the years I've ever traded, it's like if I'll always just sit back and have that, like it's always more rewarding. And if it keeps going, it keeps going. I'm just like, okay, well, I guess you're just going to fly on without me trying to add in. Yeah, I mean, that's what you do though, 100%. Yeah, to add in all that beautiful runner right there, or you just let it go and say, hey, next time maybe size in a little heavier because this setup's sexier, and I'm really liking these setups. These setups are working here, lately. We're seeing so many inverse head and shoulders lately, so this breakout's really beautiful here on the chart today, 100%. Love it. Yeah, and just wait, patience for add-ins, no 100%. Anyone else that's listening, patience. I mean, you see my bounce plays. I could have traded in who knows how many times, but like, no, I'm just gonna throw an order in and I'm filled. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, sweet. All right. Not I gotta get in. You see the setup, you trade the setup, and then you trade it more accordingly if you are in the trade. You want to be very analytical about it. Love it though. I love the thrift shop stocks. That would be actually a good thrift shop report. Thrift shop stocks come over today. We got your old stocks from the 80s still rocking and rolling. Old cookie jars remind me of my younger days. I love it, Tack. Yeah, I love some good old cookie jars. That's the good old days. Try to go into thrift stores and rich hoods. Yeah, right. Yeah.
Man, dude, the thrifting 5-10 years back. Oh my goodness, Josh knows. Nowadays, it's a business. Everybody's going there scalping all the toasters and stuff, all the Pokemon cards and all that. But it used to be a treasure trove. You could just go into any old thrift market. I had a good side hustle just buying stuff that I was like, oh, that's cool. I bet that's worth something. This was like before I even checked on my phone. There was so much room. There was so much margin for arbitrage there. Now, much less so.
Yeah,
it's
kind of reminds me of Yeah. Antiquing was big there. That name, Antiquing, got huge there for a minute. And then it kind of reminded me of the shoe game, too, because I'm such a sneakerhead. Not as much as I used to be, but that got so huge in around 2007, 8, 9, 10. And then next thing you know, it's like you could sell shoes and make a heck of a lot of money. You buy them stock and then sell them online for more. And then the market just gets oversaturated and then just everyone's doing it. It's just not the same anymore. By the way, PMAX, new high of day. So we have, PMAX. That sounds like it's like TJ, what's it called? What's it called? TJ, no,
TJ Maxx? I was thinking it sounds like TJ Maxx. I was thinking it sounds like a pill you might buy at a gas station, but
all right. Anyway, we have PMAX here hitting new high of day. It's been slow and steady up that trend line all morning through the pre-market, through in-market. Nice, beautiful uptrend channel. Is it crazy going bonkers? Is it going to make you a millionaire? No, but it does have a beautiful uptrend channel where you can get some good longs in if you like trading uptrend channels. This uptrend channel has been holding all day long. That's another one they're keeping on watch. So PMAX and EVC are my main two small cap movers as we at least head into power hour. We'll see if we get anything else to move up. Speaking of moving up, MU, go baby, go!
Oh, is it?
Well, I want our U plays to go. We got you. We got your play. We need it to go, and then now I want MU back in the 660s. Come on, baby.
Absolutely. This looks like it wants to launch here. Maybe I do take a little piece. Still warming up here.
Yeah, she has room up into around the 380 mark. She has some room to go still. Could continue to go. Same thing for EVC. Again, are these plays mega movers like we've seen in the past? No, but there's still some nice potential pops here that we are looking at here. I feel like, again, a meteorologist, being that it is storming outside our house. These things they're setting up. These aren't massive. We'll call it, what do we got, on the Fujita scale, EF3 tornado, I'd say EF2s. These are EF2s. These aren't those F4s and F5s that can just wreck a whole city. They can do some damage. So these are pretty solid plays right here moving forward. EVC and PMAX.
Absolutely. So what I did, I'm break even here, just real small. Few shares, 25 shares just for a proof of concept. I'm putting my stop right under the surge candle. If we lose this, I don't want it. I'm playing with the implication that this is a clean rising triangle here, clean ascending triangle. I measured the move of the low of the day to the high of the day, push that outwards, and my first target is that 161 fib because it already tagged the 127. It should tag this, back test the triangle, and then push. It tagged it, came back, I got in close enough to the back test, and that's good enough of a risk reward for me. I'll go ahead and frame that. About 1-to-1, but I think it's high probability. So I take those 1.3-to-1 if it's high probability. Good enough for me. We'll keep an eye on that one for sure. And now we can check in on your MU.
She's trying. See how long it's been an hour. She's been stuck in the 650, 655 channel. So it's make or break coming up. And then I would say I don't think there's no way. I would give it at least till we're done. And maybe by the time we're done here in 20 minutes or so, she's still in this channel. But yeah, this is definitely going to be making a move, either 650 crack or that 655, 656 pop. Hopefully it's the pop. Again, still pretty down at 629.90, 630 essentially on the dot. But we're waiting here. Patience is the key. And we got a good question, another good question in chat there from US Man. US Man has a good question here. Let's highlight this one real quickly. Yeah,
bro.
Okay, I thought it was US Man. I always like breaking it down. Yeah, I always break things down like that. US Man. I thought it was US Man. It's not. It's Uzman Wahid says, good morning. What do you guys think about the SPY price? Will it be for the next 2 days? We get any pullback, or are we going to go higher? So SPY over the next couple of days, essentially, what do we want to know? Do you have contracts? Do you have a put? Do you have a call, Mr. Usman Wahid?
Help us help you.
Yeah, let us help you. But yes, it seems like you have a Friday expiration date possibly. So essentially, what do you see, Steve, by Friday? I would say, if anything, up. I don't see us coming back down real quickly. If we do come back down, just looking real quickly at the chart. I'm always fast at this. I'd say we get no lower than last Friday's high. I bet we stay above last Friday's high into this Friday, which is right around 725. That would be my take. Now, if we do crack that, then I'd say, yes, we start to see a pullback. But again, I just don't see a significant pullback coming in soon. I just don't feel it. I don't see it. I see more movement up. I would say watch for a squeeze tomorrow with earnings today too as well. May pop and help it out even again today and through tomorrow with more earnings that we have. Today, nothing too crazy. I think all it is today is ARM, App, Dash. So we got some pretty decent sized ones today. Nothing really too crazy tomorrow. I guess we got the bigger ones out of the way yesterday. So yeah, I think this play could continue up. Nothing to really affect that. Should see 735. Could even see top of my uptrend channel at 736. So I'd say up. And if we do pull back, it's not much.
I love it. I will just add on to that just a little bit. To me, I'm looking at this hourly. This is scary strong. We had this kind of rough channel here even. Draw it like this. So there's two ways you could look at this. You could say, hey, we were in an upwards channel. We're breaking out the top. We are overbought. We're running too hot. We need to come back into the channel and we can grind up higher. I see this as lockout rally, breakout rally on top of a megaphone, on top of a flat top breakout. So many bullish patterns stacking on top of each other and locking these sellers, or locking people who want to get in out if they're not willing to just get in and put a stop under the low of day. So that is my strategy for continuation moves like this. Usman, it sounds like you might be in a weekly contract. Let me check the calls or the comments there. Essentially, it's going to be really hard to predict exactly where SPY is going to close. I really would need to know what that strike is and what your cost basis is to help inform your decision on whether you should buy or hold or sell that. That being said, never a bad idea to lock in profits on a weekly contract that you're up on and roll that on out to the next week. For next week, I'd be targeting that 740 to 735 at the very least. I would say I wouldn't want to fade this. To me, it looks like it's ramping up out of this channel and wants to try to go parabolic and do a big squeeze. That being said, we are overbought on the time frames that I usually play mean reversion on. So I would not be shocked if we had a pullback at some point and, that gave people an actual chance to get in. But as I see it right now, we spent about 2 weeks consolidating into this rising moving average, basing out, and now we're just starting. We're 3 days into liftoff. So 3 days into liftoff here, when we got the big buy signal here, it's not, it doesn't look like it's too extended in my book. If it can consolidate for 3 days after a big gap up and continue to squeeze, and now we've cleared all overhead liquidity, I need to see a reason to sell. Semiconductors continuing to rip, eating all earnings gaps on all of the leaders from the Microns, the SanDisks, the WDCs, the memory space, to the photonic space and Lumentum. GLW just broke out today. In my book, everything that needs to go up for this rally to continue is going up. And the longer that we kind of accept and find acceptance at this price with this geopolitical situation, the more we'll normalize it, the more we'll look forward, and the better the odds are of us being able to hold the line in a strong chart until we actually get the macro, the geopolitical, boxes ticked that we need to continue onwards and upwards. There will be selling. There will be selling. I couldn't tell you when, and I'm sure not shorting yet. That's my thoughts on SPY. A little harder in a 2-day window. But
yeah. What's up, D Rider? How we doing, Mr. Mike? Joining us there, T Web. How we doing the last 10-15 minutes? Hopefully you guys are doing good. And so you're trying to tell me essentially what I got out of that is we're going to see my 780 sometime soon, huh?
I think so. Oh, by the way, it looks like if there's something's in the air, Josh, I also turned around and got filled on MU. Currently up a little bit on that, and we can talk about that entry. You called it out, doing the peekaboo, doing the little trend line, do-si-do, popping its head over, flagging into it. For me, this is a bread and butter setup. Let me talk about why. So the idea is, I love getting in early in this BS, but I'm learning to wait until I see a strong sign of strength after putting in a proper W bottom. Comes down, posts a middle area, comes down, forms a higher low. It's close, but it was a higher low, I do believe. And now we're breaking this neckline here. So right when Josh mentioned it, it was testing this neckline. So for me, it would make sense if there was just the smallest pullback right into the moving averages that are starting to curl up, and that's where I wanted to get in. I front ran it a little bit. Looks like I could have gotten the perfect entry right there, but the idea worked very nicely. And now my first trim is on a mitigation of this high volume node here at 660, because essentially what that would be doing is it would be trading right back to the pivot that it broke down from. See that oscillation, tried to break above, failed. So now it's running right back up there to mitigate all the buyers that got stuck there. Then there will be a lot of orders there. Mm-hmm. Let's do it, baby. Love it. Love it. PMAX also green. Can check out that.
Yep. We're just saying that literally looking like it wants to kind of bull flag in here, wanting to squeeze up for some more. Same thing for EVC. So our plays, we're all over our plays. And check out my other play, Easy Go, new low of day, 17 cents.
Go.
Yeah.
I'm going to look at the chart. It's going to look exactly the same. I believe
exactly. Literally, exactly. Yes. Nothing has changed. It's crazy how it got down to that 20-cent mark and has just stayed flat. I was hoping it would run lower. I mean, heck, you can't go much lower though, Josh. I'm hoping for more, but it really doesn't have much more to go.
Oh, that's funny. I am going to try to get filled on a little back test here of the previous high of day on UUUU, and my stop will be under that kind of surge candle that we were watching for that breakout. So, oh, getting a little lag. There we go. Come on. Let your boy into the trade. 25 shares at the high of the day there. We'll see. And that's perfect because it coincides with a rising 9-minute, or actually it's on a 5-minute chart. So a little bit more sustainable even. And yeah, 2304. I'll front run it by a few cents.
Yeah, back to U.S. man. I know I almost said U.S. man again. Usman, yeah, he said he was looking at puts. Yeah, I would be careful on the puts. I jokingly am, but seriously, also saying three. I mean, I said 780, as in this play could really squeeze and go. I don't know why 780 is on my brain. Hey, let me tell you something right now. If it gets to 780, yeah, that's going to be killing short. So I would just wait for it. I think it is going to happen, but you need to have a little patience and wait for it. What's up, Taquito, though? How we doing, DJ AM? Got about 13 minutes left here in the lunch recap today, recapping the day. Overall, smash that like button. And don't forget the predictor. We've got a predict team. We need to put that link back out there for you guys in the predicting for the day. Gosh, oh, I haven't seen it much today here. I know I saw it a lot yesterday. There it is. There's the predict the price. So today we have App and ARM. You have X amount of time to go over and predict the price, the print time, which is an hour after the closing bell. So go ahead and here we go here, team. There's the link for this. I'm getting it slowly out there for you. I am working it. Here we go. Predict the price. All right, so we got to go over that here. I know we got 10 minutes left, almost or so sometime soon. I know we're going to preview it ourselves, obviously, as we have the earnings live stream later today. But definitely want to preview for those that may not stick around or may not be here for it because they've got work or other things to do. And there you go. There is the link right there. Should be popping up sometime soon. And there we go. Boom. There it is. Predict the price for earnings today. And there's your there's your link for that as well. Make sure that works.
And we are seeing the air out on app so far today. So the question will be, is it going to hold this kind of range equilibrium from the past week? It's kind of stuck in the middle with you right now, you know? So is it going to hold the line and get that boost? Probably after retesting that 450 level is what I'm watching. So that's going to be pretty big for me. We will be back, in half an hour before the bell to start talking about those actual earnings reports, those levels, what we're looking for in the reports themselves. I'll definitely be here a half hour before. Josh, you're welcome to join then, but no worries if you're busy until the market close. But we will have the preps there as well to get into the nitty gritty. It's going to be a good time.
Yeah, I think we're having a fun afternoon. I mean, App and ARM, of course, we have Dash this afternoon. We got a few different ones to keep our eyes on, so we'll definitely be on a swivel today. Just key levels for me right out of the gate for App. 485 area, going to be pretty strong. Let me zoom in a little bit tighter. Yeah, somewhere right around 485, 486, 487. Mid 480s is going to be key. If we get over that and hold that, that's the resistance not only from here recently, but then even earlier in April. If we get over that, then we're going to pop to April's high, which is right around 496, 497. And then that's going to be, to me, the gatekeeper. If we get over that, she's barn burning. She's going to see her way up to 500. Now, again, on some of these plays, just going back, I did not see AMD going up to 430 today. So
that was wild. Me and Jesse were talking and saying, hey, I know it sounds crazy down here, but I think 400 is possible for earnings. It said, yeah, I think so. I think we can do that. It never looks like it's going to happen when you're trading red on the earnings, but once it gets that pop over that opening price and you get the good earnings results, you get the call starting, it's just cash money there. Really, really nice follow through on our long idea there at the very least, although we didn't take it. But
it's all good.
There she goes.
You get them when you can get them. And the key area for me down below is going to be 430, right around 430, 430, 432. That'll be the key area for me down below. So I think it could stay range bound in between those areas. But 430, I like that. If it cracks below, she's dumping. And if we get over that 485 and especially 495, I see her going on a skyrocket. And seeing some good movement. That's app. I think we're going to get some good movement from ARM too as well. Obviously, the gatekeeper for me is up top. We have that 245 corridor that we're getting really close to. I think we go through that And this could be maybe like an AMD where maybe I go 270, 275. I'm thinking that's in the wheelhouse. This could see 300, and we just saw what AMD did. Don't count it out. I think the key gatekeeper down below, it's pretty apparent for the most part. Right around 200 down to 195. Essentially, this double U shape we're making here, U shape, whatever you want to call it, depends on what time frame you're in. That was the low, was right around the 195ish mark or so. I think that's a high demand, and if we crack that, she really could see some more sell off. I would venture to say, like we've seen, more movement to the upside than downside. So if we do have, if there's a bigger move, I would call it would be going to the upside versus the downside on App and ARM.
Yes, sir. So two things I want to mention, one on each of those names to leave you guys with. We got a few minutes. Nice. Awesome. Yeah. So first off, ARM, absolute powerhouse, guys. This is one of my favorite charts in the market still. I haven't trimmed at all. Guys. I'm in from 160. So I am in the 2X ARM. So what I'm going to do for earnings, I'm just going to switch it to the regular. That's my play. I still want to hold full size, but that's my way of taking risk off the table. And if this thing dumps to 189, I'm buying more. When it dumps to 200, I'm buying more. That's my thought process here. I think it's a beautiful, beautiful months and months and months long base here. It's based for half a year, just absolutely pristinely. We've seen what happens when semiconductors do this and break the range. We broke the range with conviction. Now we're trading up into the all-time highs with blue skies ahead, big targets overhead, and all we have to do is to do the exact same thing that every other semiconductor earnings report has done. So I'm very bullish here. First target's 256. Call it 250 to 260. Next target, where I'm really expecting this thing to trade to before any significant sellers come in the tape, is that 300 level, because it's an exact 200% move. And Josh, I've seen this enough times. When you get this long of a defined base, and it's such a clear fib level and fib targets, and when those clear fib targets align so neatly with a big psychological level, to me, it's like the market it's been constructing this whole chart for the exact push up here. Maybe that's a little tinfoily, but that's how I feel and that's how I trade. So that's my thought on the ARM there.
Love it. Yeah, funny. Had to take a video one day. I was heading out of my neighborhood, and it's one of the houses that you always see that they just have a ton of cars. They never leave the driveway. They're just always there, right? And this one day, I don't know if it was all of them or one of them, but it was covered in almost like this. It looked like tinfoil. And so I had to take a video of it. I'm like, oh, aliens must be coming. They're protecting this car.
Right? Yeah. You laugh now until you're getting tractor beamed up, looking down at that shiny dang thing. But
like, oh,
he was
no.
right.
No. New high of day PMAX there. Good squeeze. Good little quick liquidation sweep back down. Didn't quite hit that trend line like I was talking about for a bounce play. If you wanted to get a bounce, oh well, it's still up. New high of day. Beautiful move there. And EVC, I know Taquito mentioned that play as well. So EVC, same thing on high watch for some possible continuation on the way up. And speaking of on the way up today, what do you think here on the SPY? I mean, this looks like it wants to do what it did yesterday and squeeze and keep going up for more here, maybe possibly.
I am KISS in it. I'm keeping it simple, stupid. You know, I'm the stupid, not you, Josh. Just to be clear. So what I'm seeing is this looks cash money textbook cup and handle to me right here. We had the pre-market left cup lip, came down, pristine, higher low double bottom, nice surging out of there, nice confirmation, very, very constructive. We get the surge. We get the incentive to move higher because we swept over this level. Pardon that alarm. So now next thing we do is we essentially consolidate and digest at this level. How do we do that? We trade around it in a flag. Oscillation, found buyers. Now we rip up. I bet you anything, if we look at cash session, this will have not violated the 50% pullback. And therefore, okay, it tested it, but it held the 62 fib very cleanly there. And for me, oh, sorry, I'm bad at drawing things. Yeah, if we go like this, yeah, didn't even test the equilibrium. So it's still very, very strong and looking like it wants to keep going. I could see, it's a little slow tape at this time of the day. I could see the bid failing, coming back down here and retesting kind of at the bottom of this volume shelf before scooping and pushing. But I do believe this is a really nice cup and a handle, and I would put the measured move like this. I would draw my fib from the high down to the low of the day. Actually, sorry. I like measuring the moves of these cup and handles by the left wall, because sometimes the right wall will overshoot if it's too strong. And I just find that this is kind of a little bit of a safer target. So safe target 734. 734, could see that as soon as today, very, very possible, maybe tomorrow. And I'd expect the full measured move from the expansion to play out too. And that would be looking like, pardon me while I readjust. There it goes. That would be looking like a measured move to 735.50 with potential up to 737. I think those are all very reasonable targets here, and I wouldn't want to short this, that's for sure.
Yep. No. Definitely not. What's up? How we doing? Snowman Power Hour early. You know, we this is just a lunch recap. So Snowman Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. This is something we added in a few weeks ago now. So every Monday, Wednesday, Friday from 1 to 2 p.m. Eastern, you got me and Steve recapping what we're seeing not only for the day and what we've seen for the day, what we're trading for the day, and what we're going to see into Power Hour before Steve gets back, which right now PMAX, take some profit here if you are long. That 375 to 380 area said it had legs to it. It's getting a little sell-offy in that area. That and EVC would be my small cap stocks to watch into Power Hour. We will be back in right about an hour and a half from right now to preview earnings and, of course, after hours, what we can expect from those plays today. But no, it's just doing great. Awesome. Yes, I mean, yeah. What's up, you guy? No, you the guy. What are the long positions? So Steve, what are the long positions? Yeah, I'm long MU and short Easy Go, and you're long Use and PMAX, right?
Use PMAX and MU. So now I'm up to 15 shares. Still a small position, but I've been using these dips. As long as it holds that low of the range, I'm using these dips to buy. And so far, I'm down $10 on 15 shares. So slightly red. The one last thing I wanted to leave y'all with, we didn't get to talk about it right when Talk mentioned it, but App, it's very compelling in the software as a service space for me. And what he mentioned was that it fulfills, or it is, I think he said 73 or 79%, 78% in terms of the rule of 40. So what's the rule of 40, you might ask? Well, if you caught I think it was the stream for Palantir, we talked about it. But essentially the rule of 40 is a financial benchmark for software as a service, companies in particular. And it states that the sum of a company's annual revenue growth rate and its profit margin should equal or exceed 40%. This was popularized by some guy named Brad Feld, who I just learned his name literally right now. But it's a cool rule. And how I've heard App explained is either they have amazing fundamentals and they're way undervalued, or they're doing some financial wizardry, maybe a little scammy stuff. I don't know. So let's see how the earnings goes. But I think this one does have potential to make a significant move. Definitely compelling. So we're watching and waiting here on App, and we'll have a little more to look for specific boxes to tick on that earnings coming up for you 30 minutes before the bell.
Yes, sir. What's up, Mr. D Ryder? Back at it. And yes, Snowman, don't be going to Trader TV. You can go there, I guess, for the hour, that we're not going to be here, but you better be right back here, tuned on in for the earnings, my friend, because no one's got you covered on earnings like we do here at Trade the Pool. And again tomorrow, same thing. So everything's same thing, Monday through Thursday, and really Monday through Friday now, because Friday we have the lunch recap, Steve and I, and then we have the Friday night live where you guys can join. Seems like we're almost already back to Friday, of course, already again. Here we go. Hopefully you guys had a good Cinco de Mayo yesterday. I got the margarita machine outmaker, of course, the Margaritaville by Jimmy Buffett had that out. Made some amazing margaritas last night. Had some street tacos with some refried black beans. Some homemade white queso, some pico, some salsa. Man, it was, you could have just went, dun, 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 hey, dun, 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 ah. We were just having a good time at my house last night.
You're going to make me get my maracas out, man. That sounds amazing. I'm very hungry. Maybe I'll go get some tacos here real quick before our stream. I don't know. But,
yeah. Yes, exactly. Yeah. La cucaracha. And I don't know why I always go to La Cucaracha. La cucaracha. La cucaracha. Santa Pero Camara. I forgot exactly all the words, but I used to know. Yeah, tacos, baby. You know it. Hey, let me tell you something. You get Taco Tuesday and Cinco de Mayo on the same day. If you don't have a taco on Cinco de Mayo and Taco Tuesday, you just aren't living life. I'll tell you that.
Straight up, Josh. On that note, I think it's about time. Hope you guys enjoyed. We've had some fun. Josh is going to dance us out here. Any last words?
Oh, good to go, man. See you guys back here in an hour and a half. Steve and I will be back an hour from right now. Or hour and a half from right now.
Okay.
Hour and a half. Yep.
Beautiful.
Hour and a half right
Awesome
now.
job.
Hour and a half break. Speaking of break, I'm going to go get me a little lunch and food in my belly. I haven't eaten anything today. I made some fresh tuna salad the other day. It is simply amazing. So I'm going to go get me some tuna salad. Eat light for lunch. And then later for dinner, it's back to cervezas and tacos, baby. We got to have the rest of that tonight. You know it. See you guys back here in an hour and a half. Get ready for App, ARM, Dash. We got you covered for earnings. Steve, we'll be back in just a bit.
Sounds good.